So it says we're live, and I will check I have my other computer hooked up here. So everybody bear with me. I'm trying to make sure everything is working. Hooked up here.
Well, we got feedback. We're doing good.
No feedback? That's good. Okay.
Why isn't the chat showing up?
All righty. And so what's first we'll do, well, welcome everyone to, this is our 3-month anniversary. This is our 12th show.
Wow.
So this is 3 months already, guys. Do I look like I aged a lot in 3 months, or am I still looking okay?
It didn't change much.
I haven't gained any hair, so I can't lose any more, and I haven't gained any. So let's go through and say hello to folks in the chat, and obviously you guys should know all of us by now. You've got Mr. Roy Bixby, you've got David Stewart, you got Gustavo, and you have a hummingbird in the upper right-hand corner, which is Tim, aka Mozman, trying to make Gustavo happy with the Hummer. We're calling it the Hummer feed. So it is the Hummer feed. And I think Tim walked away for a second, so we don't have any audio from him right now.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're here. Okay. We'll say hi to, I said hi in the chat, but say hi to Woody and Cooley and Bob Our Photos. Bob. We got Fel is here, Rakesh, and we got Jim, Real Nikon Lover, Terry Gardner. J-Rod is here. Hello, sir. Ava, welcome again. You're being a consistent visitor to the show, and we do appreciate it very much. So we're obviously, part of tonight is I'm going to go and do a Jeff rant, which is a polite rant, and to do some in-depth conversation at some point about the Nikon ZF. And I'm going to put in share a screen from the Nikon webpage, and I'm going to talk about the camera. And I will actually tell you some things that you may not know about that no one else has talked about on all the videos that I've watched. So you will actually get some information that you are not aware of. I'm going to bring Mr. Wayne Maddox in, and now that I notice that he is in the green room, and I will change our layout here so we can fit Wayne in. Hello, Wayne. How you doing?
I'm good. Good morning, everyone.
And let's see who else if I missed anybody else that's in here. Wow, Sanjit's in here. That's great. He says good morning. Yeah, it's not morning for me. It may be morning for you. It's not morning for me.
ZF looks nice. I agree.
I don't think I could do this in the morning. I have to do it at night. But welcome to everybody on the panel. As I just said a minute ago, this is our 3-month anniversary. So this is our 12th episode doing this. And I want to start off the show. I'm going to put up, give me 1 second here. I'm going to put up Chuck's email. Chuck and Maribel will not be joining us tonight. I'm not going to get specific, but let me get it up here. Come on.
Well,
okay. So Chuck had a surgical procedure Friday morning. The surgery went well. He was supposed to go home today, but he developed a fever, so they're going to keep him overnight, and hopefully he'll be home tomorrow. It's the last. He doesn't have any other types of surgical procedures that are necessary or lined up. He just had this one of those deals, when you end up in the hospital for anything, if they run enough tests, they always find something else. So, they found something else. They couldn't do the surgery until he got his strength back from the original situation, and finally his strength got well enough where they wanted to schedule this procedure, and they did it yesterday, and it went well. And I talked to his wife for probably an hour, and everything is cool, but he has a little bit of a fever, so they're holding him overnight tonight. He was supposed to go home today. I'm sure he'll be home tomorrow. So I'm putting up his email so you guys can send him well wishes and have him in your prayers tonight. Wish him well. I mean, we all want him to get through any remaining hurdles that he may have. And it's good that this is now out of the way. And, he is, his wife said he's jogging, he's running, he cut the lawn. So he is physically doing pretty darn good. He's mentally sharp. So there's always a few things that still have to be improved upon, but he's getting there. So I said, hey, I told his wife, I said, you tell him to hurry up and get back on his show, because I can only keep the seat warm for so long. But please drop him a line, everybody. And like I said, Chuck and his wife will not be on tonight in the chat. But hopefully I anticipate that they will join us next Saturday. Greg Wilson's in here. Hello, Greg. Jeff and Leslie. Fever after surgery isn't all that unusual, correct? But they don't let you go home with a fever. So I know that from when I've had surgery,
So sometimes the hospital, like Hotel California, it's very difficult to check out.
Well, they don't want you to check out. They're making good money off you.
Oh, I'm sure. Last time my wife had surgery, we almost got reprimanded by the nurse because we were packed and ready to go and started going and say, hey, you're not released yet. So I know the feeling. So Chuck must be desperate to go back home.
Oh yeah, he was trying to push things off, but certain things. Hello, Pharaoh man. Some things you just shouldn't push off. You know what exactly. I mean? You got to get things taken care of. And I'm going to be honest. I'm going to hijack the show for the first 15 minutes tonight, because I'm going to go in depth on the ZF, because that's going to be the main topic of discussion tonight, is the new Nikon ZF, whether one likes it or not, or hates it or loves it, or not sure what to do with it. There are a million different opinions out there. I have been comically entertained by some of the comments I've read on some of the videos that other people have done. Some commentary or comments don't make a heck of a lot of sense. It's just funny. If you want to have a good laugh, just read the comment sections on some of these channels that have already done reviews on that camera. It can be very entertaining. And there's not really a lot to talk about with the Plena. That's something that I will bring up, but there's, obviously, I guess I'll bring it up first, since Rakesh brought it up here in the chat.
Never stopped us before.
Is there a September 27th announcement and a little mini, if you're signed up for regular email communications from Nikon USA or what have you, you probably got an email in the mail with a short video saying, hey, we got something coming out on September 27th. And they show a gentleman, walking around with a lens that has the word Plena inscribed on the lens I don't know if I want to say it's yellow. I guess it's yellow or gold. I don't know. It looked like yellow to me. But so they're introducing another lens, and Matt Irwin had a video about it today, and kind of like thinking it's either going to be the 35 1.2 or the 135 1.8, or it could be something that Nikon's throwing out there that isn't even on the roadmap, because that would not be the first time they've done that. They have put stuff out. They've put stuff out there that was not on the roadmap, and kind of caught us all off guard every once in a while. So you never know, right? So we'll have to wait and see what that turns into. So anyway, I'm gonna I'm going to try to share the screen here, which we will see if this works. I'm going to.
We lost our hummingbird.
We lost the hummingbird.
Yeah, it'll come back.
Give me a second here. And I'll put this in the background. So
While you're doing that, this was shot with a piece of glass that actually exists. And,
isn't it more fun a dream, David?
Nightmare.
yeah, it seems to be that Roy has one of them and Anita has one in their hands, and nobody else has one. So, or do you've got one, Gustavo?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Well, anyway, is Roy has one and Anita has one. So,
Nice lens.
Come behind you.
yeah, and here it is.
Hey, Anita, just to give you a tip, if David doesn't behave himself, it's a great weapon. You can use that.
I've been told that they're very good for that.
I thought that was a spikes on tripods are for.
Yeah, I think that lens has a nickname called the head knocker. You whack somebody in the head with it.
Not big enough.
I can tell you that after 3 hours of carrying that lens around, I have sore arms.
Congratulations, Anita.
Congrats. I hear you liked it.
Oh, I love it. It's really sharp.
Yeah, the only
it's
thing is
fast.
it focuses too fast and is too sharp.
VR's good though.
Jeff and Leslie says it's the TT Artisan 500 rebadged. Just joking.
Funny little lens. That's a surprise, that lens.
Oh yeah.
And Fell is funny saying here, Plena equals start saving Plenta. Lots of laugh.
Lots of money.
Yeah. And J-Rod, I agree with you. Our friend Mosman, who has the Hummer cam up with the hummingbird in the yard here, Tim and I both ordered the 180 to 600 at the same time, and he ordered his from Best Buy, and he's gotten notified that his is due to get shipped to him next week, and I ordered mine from Nikon USA, and I haven't heard boo yet. So he's gonna win the race of who gets the 180 to 600 first.
He always wins.
He always wins.
Yeah, I do. I have good luck.
I'm a big loser. He's always a big winner. That's just life.
It is.
It seems to me that Roy and Anita weren't even in the race and they finished already.
Oh yeah. I'm a greedy hog.
So I'm going to go on my rant, I guess, and I think how I'm going to do this. I basically have typed up my own list of features for the ZF. Some of them from the Nikon USA website tech specs, some from watching a multitude of videos from other people and picking up on things that were not mentioned in the specs. And then I also have at the end where I will comment on a few things that it doesn't have that people might be surprised that it doesn't have, that have not been brought up in the videos that have come out. Some things that people might consider as being negatives, and that's personal choice. I'm just going to bring up some things that might resonate with some people from what they've watched or read about. And then I will throw the gauntlet over to the panel for them to share their opinion on what they like or don't like about what they've heard or read or seen, whether they're going to buy it personally, and obviously hear those same comments and ask everybody on the panel to kind of like take some notes of what people are saying in the chat, because since I'm going to be blabbing for 15 minutes, maybe. I'm not going to be looking at the chat, so I'm going to count on you guys to make some notes, and so we make sure we get everybody involved in the conversation once I'm done telling my long story. So I brought up the Nikon webpage here, and as you can tell, the cost of this new ZF is $1999.95, and that's in black. If you want color, it's $100 extra. And there are a multitude of colors that you could select from, just like you could with the ZFC. But if you want a color, you have to order it from Nikon USA, because your local retailer is not going to be allowed to sell the bodies that are other than black. Now, maybe if they come out with a black and chrome, maybe they'll let the dealers sell that one too. But right now, it's just the black body only. And obviously, it's the new 24.5 megapixel full frame BSI CMOS sensor. It is not the same sensor that's in the Z6 II, from everything that I've heard. And you can tell from this image, it's a retro design. When you look at the front of it, you have the sub command dial in the upper left-hand corner next to the ZF. You got a very small bump for a grip, which we'll get into it later. There's an option out there to improve that. You have what looks like a button in the lower left-hand corner near the lens. That's the only function button that you can program. There is functions that you can program to work with the touch screen, but in terms of a physical button, this is the only one that you have for a function button. And then on the right, what also looks like a button, kind of looks like a Leica, what you'd have on a Leica, is the lens release. And then that little circle above it, in my opinion, that I believe is the autofocus illuminator. You have autofocus illuminator, and it probably blinks when you use the self timer. But what's interesting is nowhere in the specs do they even say that the camera has a self timer. But you got to assume that it does, but it is not in the technical paperwork. The camera's got the Expeed 7 processor, which for me personally, I would have expected that in the future Z6, Z7 III. I was not really sure what they were going to do with the ZF, and I'm pleasantly surprised that they put that in there. It's a magnesium alloy chassis with real brass dials on the top of the camera, like you had on the old film cameras back in the day. And the Leica cameras had brass knobs too. Now you have your user interface. What you see when you go through the menus is going to look similar to what you see with a Z8 or a Z9, which is nice. And it has 8 stops of IBIS, 5-axis IBIS, which is the most of any Nikon camera. So it's better than a Z8 and better than a Z9 with the IBIS, believe it or not. And the electronic VR works with the sensor shift VR. It's a weather sealed body. I think we got somebody else trying to come in. Maybe no. I heard a sound, but I guess not.
Yeah, I'd like to see the 8 stops in action.
Yeah, it's got a weather sealed body. It's got 200 total maximum of 299 autofocus points, 273 if you're in single point autofocus, hybrid phase detect, contrast autofocus with the autofocus assist that I already mentioned. 2 card slots, which I'm sure will be a good point of discussion tonight, being the one SD, UHS-1 or -2 compliant, and the one micro SD card, which is only UHS-1. But hey, 2 slots are better than some other cameras that are in the similar price point and only have 1 SD card slot. So I'd rather have 2, even though one's micro SD, than just having 1 personally.
I'd rather have 1 CFE, I think.
Yeah, but a big thing is for some people is you've got a 3.2-inch, 2.1 million dot rear LCD screen. I'm going to change the image here. I'm going to jump ahead to the rear. Jump around here. So you got a 3.2 inch, 2.1 million dot LCD screen, which is the first time they've had a fully articulating screen on a full frame camera from Nikon. Not that other brands haven't, but it's the first time for Nikon doing it. Now you have an electronically controlled vertical travel focal plane mechanical shutter. So you don't have a shutter shield, okay? It's not like a Z8 or a Z9. So you don't have the shutter shield. You got a mechanical shutter, you got electronic front curtain shutter, and an electronic shutter. It's got the world's first focus point stabilization. And what that means is normally with your VR system, it was always concentrating more on the center of your screen with the VR. If you had your autofocus point on something in, far right corner, far left corner, up near the top, up near the bottom, you still might get a little bit of movement there potentially. So now they actually have it where the stabilization will be working in conjunction with where your focus point is. So theoretically, if you're at the edge of the frame, your stabilization is going to be better when you're shooting at low shutter speeds. So that is a first for any Nikon camera. It also has the lowest light autofocus capability of any Z camera at -10 EV using an f1.2 lens. It's got the autofocus algorithms that are borrowed from the Z8 and the Z9, like your subject detect modes, 3D tracking. And as Richie pointed out in his video, which isn't written anywhere, is the custom 1 and custom 2 menus when you size, your area for your autofocus tracking, has 77 variations on this ZF, whereas with the Z8 and Z9, you only have 20 variations. So that's something else that's also better than your two top tier cameras.
We'll probably see that in firmware soon anyway.
Yep. The switch that you could see here, that you can see above the AEL, AFL, there's a switch for stills, video, and black and white mode. So you can now, instead of going into a menu system to do monochrome images, you have a switch selector position so you can get to it quicker. And then whether it be through the eye menu or the custom picture controls, you have two choices with how your black and white image looks. It's either going to be, flat, or it's going to be what they call deep tone monochrome, where your blacks are really black, very punchy, very, very strong.
Lithographic.
Yeah. And this is also Nikon's first camera with pixel shift technology. So for everybody that wanted pixel shift, and they might be saying, why on this camera? Well, hey, I think they're putting it in this camera to prove that they can do it. If you see it in this camera, you're probably going to see it in the Z6 III. You're probably going to see it in the Z7 III. It allows you to shoot 4, 8, 16, or 32 images, and you end up with a file size that could be up as high as 96 megapixels. But it's important to note, it does not merge all these images in camera. You can only do it using Nikon software. So right now it's not going to work if you're using Photoshop or if you're using Lightroom or Lightroom Classic. It's strictly a Nikon software feature at this time.
I think you can still do it in Lightroom. You just have to do it on your own. But Nikon just kind of allows you to do it on their system right now. But I'm pretty sure you can take the 9 photos or whatever you're taking and still do it in Lightroom or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they're not advertising it that way yet, but maybe you could. I don't know. You got your normal TTL, ITTL flash, support for high-speed sync, 1/200th to 1/250th of a second flash sync speed, standard flash sync modes that you've had on all the Nikon cameras, front curtain sync, rear curtain sync, red eye reduction, yada, yada, yada. Now, so this so far, this is a lot of stuff in a $2,000 camera, and we're still going. But one thing where they did cut things out was your metering choices. You only have matrix or center weighted metering. You don't have spot metering, and you don't have highlight weighted metering modes. So you only have 2 metering modes now instead of
2
4.
favorite modes.
What's that?
They've left out my 2 favorite modes.
So that's one way where they trim things back a little bit. And another thing they're advertising is the face detection system can detect the world's smallest face within an image. Obviously not my face, but if the subject only takes up 3% of the frame, it'll actually still be able to acquire focus on someone's face. So that is better than the other Z cameras that they have. It also has the widest ISO range of any of the Z cameras. base ISO 100 to 64,000 for stills, 100 to 51,200 for video, and you have the ISO high and low settings, so you can go down to ISO 50 and up to 204,800, which I have never tried ISO 204,800, nor would I ever try 204,800.
Should be a really good low light camera though.
Yes, it will be low light with being BSI and having the larger photo sites being only 24.5 megapixels, so it will be very good in low light. Now, if you're using the knobs on the top for adjusting your shutter speed, you can go from 1/8,000th to 4 seconds, and you got bulb time and X sync. If you use the command dial, and this is an important thing, people say, well, I don't want to turn the knobs. You don't have to turn the knobs. You could set up the camera to use the front dial for, use one dial for your f-stop, one dial for your shutter speed. You could do it the same way you do on a Z6 II or a Z7 II or a Z8 or a Z9 if you wish to. That's up to you. But when you're doing it with the dials, your range is a little bit expanded to 1/8,000 to 30 seconds and up to 900 seconds if you're in manual mode. And of course, it still does bulb time and X sync. We'll talk about the video features, but I'm trying to hit the high level stuff right now. Is you got 4K, UHD, 30p, 25p, 24p oversampled from 6K, H.265 10-bit, SDR, HLG, N-Log, maximum of 2 hours and 5 minutes recording time. So the latest Sony cameras that came out, they'll do 4K. I'll mention it now, I guess. So they both do 4K 60, but they're cropped. So this camera will do 4K 60 in DX crop mode. The Sony, the one that just came out, the A7C2, I think it is, or whatever, is 4K 60, and that's also in crop mode. So it's competitive with the market, no doubt about it. So those are the main tick points, but there's a million other ones that I'm going to rattle off. I'm going to do talking like I'm selling you insurance. Read the fine print, blah, 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 blah. Okay, everybody got that? Focus point positioning is done via the touch screen. So when you want to move your focus point, you probably use your thumb on the back of the touch screen as you're looking through the viewfinder, and you move your thumb around and your focus point moves. You no longer have a joystick on the back to move your autofocus point, okay, which they used to call the sub-selector dial. You do not have the sub-selector dial on the back of this camera. Remember, you used to have another button up here on your Z8 or Z9 you can toggle around. It's not on this camera, as you can see from this picture. Another first on this camera is if you're using a manual focus lens, the camera will identify the face or eye of a subject. So it could pick up on the face or the eye of that person, and if you program your OK button, which I do, to push it and have like 100% zoom, you get on the eye, you hit that button, you zoom in, you adjust your manual focus, you get it absolutely perfectly sharp and take the picture. I mean, that is a great thing if you got old style lenses that you're going to put on this body, and it would be great for macro too. Think about it; it'd be very good for macro.
Okay.
The EVF is 3690K dots quad VGA OLED viewfinder with 13 levels of brightness control, and the frame coverage is 100% vertical and horizontal. Magnification is 0.8 times. You have a diopter adjustment to the left of that AEL, AFL button. You can see a small dial near the eyepiece on the right-hand side. That's your diopter adjustment. They did put fluorine coating on the sensor to try to keep dust off of it. The camera uses the ENEL15C batteries, which are rated at 410 shots SEPA rating, which we know SEPA ratings are kind of useless. They don't represent what you're going to see in real life. You're going to get a lot more than 410 shots. Now, here's something that's confusing. Well, no, this part isn't confusing. Camera shoots RAW and RAW 14-bit lossless high efficiency or high efficiency star, which is great. You can get the file sizes compressed. You do have HEIF and JPEG. Now, the largest file size is 6048 by 4032 pixels. Now, that'll do a 16 by 24 print at 250 dots per inch. I have printed 16 by 24 images at 250 dots per inch, and they look fantastic. So do not feel that you can't do a large print with this camera. You can. You can do it. It has the same 30 frames per second JPEG with the pre-release functionality of the Z8 and the Z9. It has a new selective noise processing to reduce noise in the midtones that they don't have in the other cameras. Now, they just say the camera can shoot. They just say the camera can shoot 14 frames per second with the mechanical shutter and 30 frames per second electronic. But they don't say whether that's RAW or JPEG. But when you do your homework, you know the 30 frames per second is definitely JPEG. I'm assuming the 14 frames per second is RAW, because when Matt Irwin did his initial video on this camera that was a demo model, he said that demo was doing 11 frames per second RAW. So I'm guessing that 14 frames per second is RAW, which is more than enough, for the wildlife folks. I shoot 10 frames per second 85% of the time. I'm not shooting 20 frames per second or 30 frames per second like some of the Sony folks are. You've got eye detection for photos and video. You've got the skin softening mode, and you also have something called portrait impression balance, which is a new feature that isn't on any of the other cameras either. You have a full complement of your picture control and your creative picture control adjustment, as well as multiple exposures. And it's
actually portrait is on the Z8 and Z9. You just have to dig in the menu.
What the
portrait impressions?
Portrait impressions.
Yeah, it's like a softening works with photo and video.
Okay. It's the first Nikon camera in this price point to do 10-bit N-Log internally without an external recording device. And I mentioned already it could do 4K 60 and DX crop mode for slow motion, and it can do 1080 120 for slow motion as well. Video formats are MOV and MP4. Video compression is the typical, the H.265 for 8-bit and 10-bit, and the H.264 for 8-bit. You can now video record with a fixed shutter speed, and the camera will adjust your ISO and your aperture as required. That's a new feature. You have zebra stripes, you have a waveform monitor, you have a magnified recording monitoring, and you have a video setting information display so you can see what all your video settings are. You have linear PCM for your audio format, 24-bit. for NEV or MOV, and you have 16-bit for MP4s. You got a mic, stereo mic. You can hook up an external microphone with attenuation option. They say there's a video memo function is available. It must be in the iMenu because there's not a memo button on the back of the camera. You have a fine adjust mode for incrementing your ISO in 1/6 of an EV and adjust your shutter speed to 1/4 of a second. And for connectivity, and let me change the picture here. Give me 1 second to adjust this. We will get to the top eventually we'll get to the top controls. So on the side here, you got a USB Type-C connector. You are going to be, one of the cons, I'll bring it up now instead of later, believe it or not, when you buy this camera, you do not get a battery charger. It does not come with a battery charger. Shame on Nikon. Shame on Nikon for not giving you a battery charger. They give you a USB cable. I think that totally stinks. You should be able to cough up a battery charger for people for their battery. But you can charge the battery in camera via USB. They sell the EH-7P charging AC adapter, which is an AC plug that goes to a USB that'll plug into the camera and charge your battery while the camera is turned off. You have a mini HDMI, which some people don't like. They like the full size, but it has a mini one. It's got the stereo jack plug for your power supported. They have, let's see, that's about it for the connectivity. Headphones, you have a headphone setting, a headphone jack there. The camera has Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, SnapBridge, and GPS capability only through SnapBridge. It does not have built-in GPS in the camera. It has movie focus peaking as well as focus peaking when you're doing manual focusing. And this is interesting. It has white balance bracketing, active D-lighting bracketing. You have exposure, you have flash compensation, exposure compensation, but you do not have exposure bracketing. You do not have a button on this camera like you do on a Z8 or Z9 that you push and you can adjust, you want to take 3 shots, one stop apart from each other. Not that you can't do exposure bracketing, but you got to shoot the camera in manual mode and you got to figure it out yourself. But you don't have the one button push where you can dial in. I'm going to take 3 shots, a third of a stop apart, one stop apart, whatever you want. It does not exist on this camera. And some miscellaneous comments is they talk about a soft release shutter button that will screw in. It is a threaded. We will now go to let me switch to the top view of the camera. You have a threaded shutter release button. They sell what they call a soft release shutter button that screws into that, which they don't have any in stock. They were gone the first day they put this camera on Nikon USA. They were all sold out. They're all gone. They also talk about an improved hand grip from Small Rig that looks really nice, and obviously it has a plate that mounts on the bottom of the camera, and it has an Arca Swiss. Is Arca Swiss compatible if you want a tripod, but they don't give you the part number of it. And I went on Small Rig's website, and Small Rig did not, as of the 21st, which was 2 days ago. I didn't check today, but as of 2 days ago, there was nothing on Small Rig's website giving you a part number and allowing you to order this improved hand grip.
Jeff.
Not there yet.
Usually, Small Rig sells on eBay first, so if it's not on their site, you might want to check eBay.
Okay. And the other thing is, if I had any questions about any of these specs, Nikon USA did not have a PDF file available for the manual for this camera yet, as of the 21st of the month. So you can't download the manual and look at any particulars that you think they might have been missing. And before I get into what I put down as negatives, we're going to look at the top of this camera, and obviously it's very similar to the ZFC, if not identical pretty much, but you have, looking at the right-hand side, you have a lockable, you got the button in the middle that you got to push down to turn your shutter speed selector. You have a lever that's underneath that for selecting your video mode, whether you're shooting video stills or black and white. You have the on-off switch that's underneath the shutter release button. You have a red dot button for your video to start recording your video. You have a small LCD display that shows your f-stop, and then you have an exposure compensation dial that has a detent at the 0 position, but it's not lockable, but supposedly it has a detent, so it does not move easily. Not that it can't move, but it doesn't move easily. And then you swing over to, you got your normal hot shoe on the top. You go over to the left-hand side. You have a lockable ISO knob to turn, and then you have a lever that you switch to go into your shooting modes, whether it be manual, aperture priority, shutter priority, program, or auto mode. So, and like I said, you do have the diopter adjustment. And when you look at the, let me get to another view here. The other side view, there's really nothing to see here. Let me find the right view. Okay, I got the right view now. You have the small circular, looks like a button to the left, lower left of the eyepiece, and that's just to release the eyepiece and pop it off and clean it and put it back on. So that's the same as your other cameras. And you have your eye menu, and you have your auto exposure lock, autofocus lock, and I'm sure you can program that for other things through the menu system. You have your normal multi-selector with the OK button. You have your plus and minus when you're magnifying the image when you're chimping your photos. You have the display button, so you could change what you see inside your viewfinder. You probably have multiple options, whether you want to show the histogram, if you want to show leveling lines or whatever. It's probably similar to the Z8 and the Z9. You have your menu button, and then obviously you have the capability of hitting the magnification button to have the prompt a question on a menu feature that you don't understand, and you can hit that button and it'll try to explain to you what that is for. Now I will, let me get a sip of water because I'm out of breath.
So Jeff, I have a curiosity. Maybe you or others know here. So when you use your stock command wheels on this camera, what happened to the setting that you have in the top? Do they stay? Let's say you have speed of 1/2.
No, if you use you're probably going to have to go in the menu and tell it which way you want the camera to work. You're either going to be using the controls on the top, or you're going to be using the dials.
Okay.
Because you can't have them conflicting with one another.
Does anybody here that has the CFC knows? Because it was a curiosity to me.
Well, from the
DF,
the DF, I remember you put it in the PSAM mode, and now they would auto switch. If you move it into any one of those modes, then other than manual, then you can utilize the command dials, but not the buttons up top, or the dials up top.
Okay.
Yeah, that's. Thank you, Wayne. That's something that obviously, if I had the manual to look at, I would have written it down, but I can't get the manual. So what I put down is a few negatives before we let everybody on the panel tell you whether they want it, they love it, they hate it, they don't want to buy it, they want to burn it, whatever. The negatives to some people, the small hand grip bump on the body. I don't get that personally. If you're basically advertising a third-party hand grip, don't be like Leica, where you got to spend $200 for a anodized thumb rest for your Leica body that slides into your hot shoe. Don't turn into them, man. If you know that bump isn't going to be good enough for most people, then you should have made the bump bigger. That's just my 2 cents. You cannot clean the sensor on this camera. It does not have a clean sensor mode. You can't vibrate the sensor to clean
I
it
don't
up.
work very well anyway.
Yeah, it never did me any good. You're going to have some obvious limitations in buffer speeds, although one can argue this camera isn't meant to be a fast camera, although I would say 14 frames per second RAW is pretty darn good. But your card types are going to limit your buffer speed, and no one has talked about that because in their mind, that's not what the camera's for. It's not for sports. It's not for birds in flight, whatever.
Still a mistake.
But nobody's talked about it. How many shots you could take in RAW before the buffer's full, or how many shots you could take in JPEG before the buffer's full. No conversation about it at all. So some people aren't going to like that. Like I mentioned, doesn't come with a battery charger. That's just foolishness. Some people
charge your second battery.
Yeah, I mean, luckily I have it's the same battery charger that you get with a D850. So I got my D850 charger. I could use that,
And the Z8.
And the Z8. The 24.5 megapixel sensor, for some people, they're going to be disappointed. They wanted to have 33 or 36 for having that little bit of extra leeway for cropping. Richie mentioned in his video, the IBIS mechanism does not lock. So basically, if you turn your camera off and you shake it, you're going to hear something rattling inside.
Easy to damage.
Yeah, and he said he talked to Nikon about it, and they said, "Oh no, we're cool. It's not going to hurt it. We're good. Don't worry about it. Everything's all right." But it doesn't lock, just so you know. The one function button on the camera might bother some folks. The not having the exposure bracketing button may bother some folks. And obviously for the price point, they didn't throw in HDR. You're not going to do HDR images in the camera. Not that you could take multiple images and just do your HDR in your software. That's not the end of the world. But there's no flash sync connector, but there wasn't one on the ZFC either. There's no 10-pin remote. And that kind of bothers me a little bit because if you want to use a wireless shutter release, you got to use the old style. You got to use the old style mechanical threaded into your shutter button. And I think they should have at least had the 10-pin remote on there. So that's kind of, to me, is a negative.
Agree.
I wouldn't expect them to have an Ethernet hookup on it. It's not a camera meant for, I'm using it to play an NFL game and, that type of thing. And I don't know, because I don't have the manual, I don't know if the camera has an intervalometer function in it or not, because no one's talked about it. And
probably would have.
And I don't have a manual. So at this point, guys, we'll start with Roy. We'll go Roy, Gustavo, Mazman, Wayne, and David. Throw out your opinion. What do you think?
I think if I had a real CF Express slot instead of the SD, I'd probably get one. That's enough to turn me off, though. Next.
Oh, definitely not the camera for me. I'm not going to pre-order this one, but it certainly, I can see the appeal and I can see the new technology coming. That very exciting. The IBIS centered around the focus point on the position for manual lenses, and also actually the fact that you can change your focal point position using the screen. That also is interesting. I would like to see those options coming to other cameras, but I think for those that are waiting on the Z9, the C6 III and the C7 III, this is a good omen that they're going to get a great, fantastic camera probably next year, Q1, Q2. So that's my 2 cents on this.
I'll send you 2 cents in the mail for your opinion. Tim, what do you think?
My biggest issue with it is I don't know what color to get. This is,
Pink.
this I bought the ZFC when it came out, and this is what I wish the ZFC was.
Okay.
Not that I regret the ZFC. I've had it for 2 years. It's a great little camera, but I always wished it was full frame. And I actually put my ZFC into black and white mode about a year ago, and I just left it in that. So having that dial that you just, you can put it right into black and white mode at, any time just by switching the dial, that's really appealing to me. So, yeah, really, from what I see, I love it. And I'm probably going to do what Ricci did and, take the paint right off the dials as soon as I get it. I just don't know. I don't know what color I'm going to get. It's between like orange and probably the green.
Wayne, what do you think, Wayne?
My opinion may be take a little while here.
That's all right. We got 5 hours.
When I look at this camera, from what the specs I'm seeing on it and who it's being advertised with, who's in the presentations, the videos, I think we're missing the point on the fact that this, while being a retro style camera, it's not really designed for us old guys. It's more for the young people. They have some things on there that hark back to the heritage cameras that, give us that nostalgic feel. But for most of who it's designed for, the people who are looking for that, older style feel and look. Yes, we like that portion, so some of that is going to be good for us. But then on the other side of it, it's more for the younger people and the features that they want in the camera. So I think overall, for what Nikon is doing on it, it is a pretty good camera. It may be lacking some things that we like. Yeah.
I'm an old guy, Wayne. I like old stuff.
and that's true. We all like the dials because the stuff we used in the old days. But the camera itself and the specifications and all the features that it has inside of it, for your young creator or your seasoned shooter who wants something light to carry around, I think this camera is going to be a great option for that. When I look at what it is as far as sensor, I'm pretty sure it's the Z6 II sensor. We've been saying it's a new sensor, new BSI sensor. Nikon didn't do that. Nikon didn't mention it at all. When I watch a Japanese website video about these things and they talk about the sensor, they never mentioned it was there's some improvements on the sensor. And I'm like, it is a Z6 sensor. So all they do is basically use the X-Speed 7 to extract as much performance out of the sensor they possibly could. Doing from Z6, one processor, Z6 II, two processor, we got some more autofocus features and some things out of it. Now with the X-Speed 7, so I should say dual X-Speed 6, now to put X-Speed 7, 10 times faster. That's just like what this camera should have been, the Z6 II should have been, is what this camera is right now with some newer technologies added onto it. And you guys probably know this. I've said it before that camera manufacturers seem to be recycling sensors. We know that the Nikon has a Z50, 30, ZFC is basically the same sensor. Sony has A7R, S3, FX3, FR7, and what's the new one that came out is ZVE1, same exact sensor. All they're doing is with faster processors coming out, they're extracting more performance from that sensor and then adding in some of the newer features like stability and so on and so forth, which is like, through the IBIS and some of it is software. So doing this, it's a Z6 II in my mind with what it should have really been had the X-Speed 7 come out way back then. For the price point, if they left some things out, like you mentioned, the charger, a lot of the low-end cameras right now, to stick to a smaller price point, they have to cut back on some things. And when people say, oh, they could have given you that, when you think about what that thing costs over thousands of cameras, there is some savings there. So for them, they don't have to do that. They can put that out, and right now, if you have power delivery, you can do that as well. So for them, from a business standpoint, if you want to buy that extra thing, that's money that they're making from that one. Sure would have liked it. My FX30 does not have a charger. It came with just a cable. So I think that's the new trend from camera manufacturers. The lower tier stuff are not going to get that. Now, whether or not I will buy it, I like it. I've seen some of the colors that I want on it, but I'm still kind of loving my FX30. There's some things that bothers me on it, but overall, We'll see. I'm still in the we'll see points
Well, there's
right now.
no such thing as a perfect camera anyway, right?
Exactly.
David.
Well, I just hope that the body is chrome like the older cameras. You know, we all seen that, and it because if it's going to be a retro style, there's got to be a chrome on the top. But and it's better have an intervalometer. If it doesn't, it'll be the first Nikon camera in a long time without the built-in intervalometer. I like the idea of the high ISO, but I'm going to wait until I see some results from some other people about what it looks like, because I would love to go up to 200,000, because then I wouldn't need a 4-second shutter speed. When I shoot the Aurora, I can get it down to a second or less, which is nice because I have trouble getting that sharp. And if this is good at a low light, I may look at it, but not for a year. But as a retro camera, it's sort of there and sort of not. You know, we've got all these features of all the new stuff, and it kind of looks like an old thing, but it's not. But if anybody wants, well, with a different color, just put your lens cap on and your shutter shield on and get out a can of spray paint. Or use fingernail polish, and then you can have stripes. You know, and then you can save yourself $100, maybe $10 in fingernail polish. But anyway,
I see a cat, Gustavo.
Yeah.
I see a tail. I see a cat tail.
whoa.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Let me say something about David's comment, because I think this is another point that we're missing. The ZF, the F is for fusion. While it has a retro style, it's basically fusing the past with the future. So it's not going to be fully retro, it's not going to be fully future, but it's going to have a lot of future tech inside of it. Definitely not ZA Z9 level, but for what it has, it's speaking to the younger crowd. We wanted to talk to us because of what the design that it has. And yes, it does to certain aspects, but we're never going to get back the old days of that film camera that has that look. It's always going to be something that's going to be a blend that brings out.
Yeah.
Well, I don't expect that, Wayne. Anyway, and getting back to no battery charger, that is fitting right into the European regulations, whereas all these electronic devices, they're not being sold with a battery charger anymore. It doesn't matter if you get your iPhone or your Android phone or your iPad or whatever, it all has to be USB-C. You know, and no charger will be supplied. So this is a European thing, and we're just feeling the pinch.
We're feeling the pinch. Okay.
Yeah.
Gustavo's on cat duty, so I'm just going to answer a question or give my opinion here on a few things I'm seeing in the chat. There was questions like, would you use this for birding? Would I use this for birding? Well, I'll tell you, to set the record straight, I ordered one of these, okay, and I do right now. Like street photography, macro, birding. It's probably 70% birding, 20% macro, 10% street. I think this camera is great for street photography, travel photography, wedding photography, anything where you're going to slow yourself down, be very deliberate about what you're doing. I think it's fine for that. And I'm going to let you in, Joe, but I'm going to keep rambling for a second, just so I'm not being rude. I'll let you come in now. Now the reason I bought it is I had talked to Tim for a long time, because I'm like, am I going to buy a Z8 to go with my Z9? Am I going to buy? I wanted another mirrorless body, and I said, well, I like the ZFC. Because obviously I like retro look, okay? And I'm not looking for it to be a full-time wildlife camera. But the ZFC didn't have, it was only 8-bit video, which was a turnoff for me. I wanted something that had 10-bit. It did not have 10-bit. And I wanted it to have an autofocus system that was comparable, better than a Z6 II and a Z7 II, something that if I needed it for birding, I could use it, like a backup. Or I looked at, and so I bought this camera because for birding, birding is, everybody thinks birding, they think birds in flight. It's birds in flight is a small segment of what you do as a bird photographer. You do environmental portraits. You capture a bird in the environment. You don't need, you have 3D tracking on this camera now. You have wide area large, wide area small. You have pinpoint autofocus if you're doing macro. You have all those focusing modes that you have on the Z8 for the most part. And you have the custom 1 and the custom 2, so on and so forth. So you can use this camera. I'm going to use it. I'm going to put my 24-120 on it, carry it with me when I go to do wildlife. I might have my 500 PF or my 800 or my 1-400 on my Z9. And when I get a group of birds of like 100 birds in a close group near shore, instead of knowing I can only pick out a very, very small amount of them when I have a long lens on my Z9, I could have that 24-120, and I'm going to nail the focus with this ZF without any problem at all, and I'm going to be able to get the whole group in the shot. I'm going to be able to fit all those birds in the shot now, having this extra camera with me. I could use it for B-roll. I could use it for filming myself when I'm doing videos where I'm talking about gear. It's great for street photography when I do that. Same thing. Throw a 24-120 on there and get out and rock and roll. But it's not a wildlife photography replacement camera. It's a supplemental camera that you can use, in my opinion, for that, because you only got the one. You got the one function button that you could set up, and you've got. And most people are going to set up the function button on the rear screen to allow them to move the focus point with their thumb. You know, they could set it up for other things, but they're probably going to set it up for that. So does it replace a Z8 or a Z9 for wildlife? Absolutely, positively no. But can it be used as an emergency backup if your camera broke? Or can it be used as a supplemental camera for wildlife, for, for environmental shots or shots with birds wading through the water where they're not flying in the air? Absolutely, positively can. Nothing wrong with that. So that's why I bought it.
It's always good to have a second camera anyway.
We'll find out. I didn't have a second mirrorless camera, and
half the price of the C8.
$4,000 or $4,500 used for a Z9. I spent $2,000. We'll see. We'll see if I made the right decision.
Hey, Jeff, can I interject for a second?
Absolutely. I'm done.
Okay. I just wanted to go back to something that Wayne said about it being the exact same sensor as the Z6 II. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think there's some optimizations there because I had a conversation with Matt Irwin the other day about this exact same thing. And he's telling me that it's confirmed that it's better in low light than the Z6 II. And also there's a new focus pixel architecture. So I don't believe it's the same sensor. It's the same megapixels, but I don't believe it's the same exact sensor.
A lot of that's processing, though. The new processor.
Yeah, I'm thinking, with this Z7 processor.
You cut out a minute.
Pulling out. Huh? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Roy cut out. I couldn't hear what he said.
Yeah.
I think most of it's the new processor.
I was saying, the X-Speed 7.
Well, yeah, obviously the X-Speed 7 is different than the X-Speed 6, but I don't think it's the identical sensor. I think it's been tweaked.
And the reason why I say that, and as I read through Nikon's material, normally when they have new stuff, they want to advertise it. And in the press release, they talk about all the stuff that were new, the first and so on. They never mentioned that the sensor was an all-new BSI sensor that they created for all of these things. Which, when you look at the specs, again, it's being the Z6 and Z6 to exact numbers, if it can be maximized from utilizing the XP 7 to squeeze out all the performance, then they can, do more with it, because processing power is what we need to really make the best of the sensor. So maybe that's what it is. We'll
no,
find out.
I still think it's a sensor. The other thing that Matt told me, he said that in his video, he said it was a new sensor, and Nikon watches his videos, and they didn't tell him to change that. So I'm still thinking if it is a Z6 II, it's been optimized. But my money is on it not being the same sensor.
Either way, it's a nice sensor, and both of them are nice sensors.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's I'm going to start going through. Well, you guys could keep talking. I'm going to pop up things that are in the chat, because obviously 20 minutes of me yammering away, I didn't look at anything in the chat. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to pull up some comments. And yeah, this is what some people will be feeling like. Well, if it was 33 or 36 megapixels, at least I would have the ability to crop a little bit more. So yeah, it makes it where you have to compose as darn good as you can, because you crop a little bit on a 24.5 megapixel sensor, and then all of a sudden you maybe you got 15 megapixel file, 15 megapixels.
Yeah, it's close to the limit, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like, but I will say with software nowadays, you've got the you got a feature in Lightroom where you could double the resolution of your image, and I've used it and compared the prints. I've done a 8x12, and then I've gone into the enhanced mode where you can double your resolution, and I printed it out as a 16x24, and I pixel peeped with it, and it works phenomenal. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to see a quality difference between those two size prints. And I know, like, Topaz has the Gigapixel app, and I've never used it. My friend Bob from Bob Our Photos uses it quite a bit. They claim that they can take your image size and get it 6 times larger, and that you're going to have fantastic quality. I can't say that it does that because I don't have that feature. I just have their denoise app. I don't have their Gigapixel app. But maybe there's some people here that have used it and can validate that I know Bob would tell you he's used it and it works great. I mean, I don't think he's done it 6 times, but he's maybe done it 3 times the file size, and it's worked very, very well for him. So you have some options, you have some workarounds where you can kind of make up for if you had to crop the image a little more than you wanted to. You could cheat and use some software to try to compensate for what you had to do with your image file.
As a second body for street photography and traveling around with it, it makes perfect sense. So
yeah. Yeah, Nick's saying he used it once and it worked good. The one time he used it.
I used to use it, got lazy though. Too much extra work.
The thing I'm finding hard about the ZF, and like there's a lot of cool stuff in there. It's like, who is it geared towards? Because like, all right, like let's look at it from a videography perspective. You've got the 10-bit, which is sick. Like I love that they've unlocked the 10-bit internal recording. But then you're looking at the 4K and you're thinking, okay, great, 4K 60, but then you've got that massive crop on. So it's like, all right, so 4K 60, not really, but you've got the 4K 30, 10-bit internal RAW, which is awesome with the flippy screen. But am I going to switch from a Z6 to that? It's so, I think like from a video perspective, there's some good, some kind of confusing. And then from a photography perspective, to the megapixel count point, at least traditionally when I've thought of like a photo only camera, like a body I'm only going to use for stills, I've always thought more megapixels on the sensor because you don't have to compromise on the video piece. But now to your point, Jeff, with technology that allows you to increase the megapixels afterwards, is that necessary? So the ZF I think is a really interesting camera, but it's kind of in this like awkward position of like who who's it for? Then yeah, you get the very first ever Nikon fully articulating flippy screen, which will be great for YouTubers and stuff like that. But it's not really like a lot of photographers probably would have preferred having just the standard screen we've had on the Z6 and Z7 before.
Well, here's where I laugh when people get upset about that. If you don't like the flippy screen, don't flip it.
Yeah.
You rotate it and you never move it, and it's like a fixed screen, right? What's the difference? You don't use it. It's not going to kill you. You just don't use it. You won't wear it out. You won't break it. You have it so the screen's facing you, and it's just like a built-in screen. It's not any different.
Well, one of the things about the flippy screen is to make it look like a retro camera, you can turn around and face it towards the inside of the camera, so you don't even see it. So
that I like.
Yeah, and then that protects the camera when it's in your camera bag. You don't have to worry about the screen getting scratched.
That I like.
Yeah, no. So I think that's just the interesting thing, though, is lots of folks that are wanting to jump into Nikon now. There is a more affordable camera that does beat out the Z6 II, right, in terms of specs, and it does have the updated autofocus. So I don't think I'm going to get one just because it's not really the upgrade I'm wanting to do from my Z6 to the next camera. But I think a lot of folks are going to be buying this camera, and I think they have cut out a nice little niche in the market for themselves there. And then also as well, Fuji doesn't have any retro design full frame bodies, so maybe some folks that are into the retro look that are just starting to get into it that do see the value full sensor readout. Maybe they're coming from SLR over to a digital camera, and they're thinking, oh, like I want that full frame look, but I want a retro design. So maybe there's sort of a niche for them there. So I think, as much flack as camera conspiracies and Fro have been throwing at the ZF, I think they actually have a really unique product that may not be for everyone. I still think is going to sell really well and does present something for their lineup now that they haven't had in about 2.5 years, which is a more prosumer entry-level price camera, but now full frame.
Well, there was someone that did a video that said, this is just the retro version of what the Z6 III will be. And I'm going to disagree with that, because I'm sure that the Z6 III and the Z7 III will have the larger LCD panel on the top, like it did be, like a Z8 or Z9 has. It'll have the exposure compensation button on the camera so that you could see all that on the display. It'll have some more features, and it'll probably have HDR built into the camera. So it'll have some of the things that are missing from this. But what's interesting is the only two things that made me blink, like, can I get over this, was the megapixel size and the SD cards. Okay, those were the two things that made me.
And it needs 2 USB slots.
A little bit. But for my use case, the gap that I was trying to fill, just for me personally, it fits the bill. It saves me a lot of money. And that'll be a camera that I'm going to have in my car all the time, because I used to always have a camera body that didn't cost a ton of money, that I would always bring in my car when I went somewhere, because I'd always see something and I wish I had my camera for it. I could pull over to the side of the road and get a picture. And this is going to be that camera. And
mine's a Z6.
So it's for what I need, it's perfect. It'll be great for B-roll, and the 4K. I was happy if it just had 4K, and it's oversampled. 6K, oversampled 4K, and I think it kind of hits a lot of buttons. And the people that won't like it are people that basically don't want retro. If you don't want retro, you won't buy the camera. If you want the buttons and the dials, and you don't want to turn knobs and use levers to change your function modes and stuff like that, then you're not going to want the camera. So it is somewhat of a niche camera, but you don't feel like in getting the retro camera that it doesn't have any advanced features. It does have advanced features in it, so I think it makes you feel a little bit better about it. So, but it's going to be it'll be interesting. It's I don't know that they're targeting. It's going to appeal to the young people. It's going to appeal to some old farts like me that walk around with SLR cameras and you shoot film once in a while. That might now say, I'm going to use this instead. I'm not going to be doing as much film anymore. I'm going to use this instead for my street stuff, and I'll get it in a color so that I look cool. I look cool being in my 60s. I'll put a color on it. So I can look. So I can be a part of the hip crowd,
There you
and
go.
I don't mean like I have a replacement hip. I mean I'll be part.
Oh yeah.
I got a comment here. Well, question first for Joe. What are you looking for video wise?
That's a great question. Like for a Z6 III or for my next camera?
For next camera.
Next camera, well, hope so. I mean, I just picked up the ZV-1 for my vlogging, so I mean, yeah, for like vlogging and stuff like that, it's kind of killing it for everything I need. But for a client camera, to go for my Z6, I need 6K open gate. I mean, that would be great, 6K for sure. Just because the way I'm looking at it is, yes, 4K is here for the foreseeable future, and like we're not gonna have to shoot 6K right away. But I've had my Z6 now for 3.5, 4 years, right? It's an investment, right? So, when I get my clients, even if they don't really know what they're asking for 6K, I want to be able to offer that, right? In terms of my video shooting. So, 6K for sure. 8K would be great, but I mean, at least on the Z6 III, I'd be surprised if they offered 8K, but as long as it can do 6K, full frame, 10-bit internal on the 4K side, 4K 120, no crop, I think that would be, that would be the perfect place for that camera to be. And I mean, sensor wise, I don't need it to be 50 megapixels, right? I think especially for shooting video, getting around that 24 to 30 range, that's comfortable. And you can shoot hybrid for your clients with the sensor that big and get great results. So, that's why, but the ZF though, I think the one thing that is really exciting is it is a much more affordable camera and it's got the X-Beat 7 in it, right? So I think to see Nikon bringing that chip down, and even if it is a Z6 II sensor or a brand new sensor, whatever, to see that in there and to see the results being so good on a more entry-level camera, I mean, that's super encouraging for whatever cameras come next from Nikon, whether it's a crop sensor body or Z6 III, Z7 III, whatever. I think they've really been able to address the issue of that autofocus issue, like problem that a lot of people have had with the brand since the Z6 and Z7 dropped originally, right? So I think yeah, it's a good question, but yeah, I'm not bummed that the ZF came out. I know some of my friends that are Nikon users are like, oh, like the ZF, this isn't the camera we need. And I mean, yes, would I like to have seen the Z6 III next? For sure. I think it addresses more of a gap in the market that they can really hit. But I'm not super discouraged in the sense that I don't think the Z6 III is coming. I think it's hopeful that once that does come, it'll be kind of in between ZF, Z8, and somewhere in that territory, right? Because that's really where that's the last area they've got to address in their camera bodies anyways.
And that was to be coming.
So let me-
The C6 III and the C7 III, as Jeff mentioned before, they tend to be released together, correct? That have been the last 2 times. And it's the next thing. So I suspect, I agree with Jeff, and if you look at the trend, that should be here April next year. So
Probably.
your idea camera should be coming in April, Joey.
But
Perfect time for me to do my own wedding photos.
Exactly.
Going along now, Joe, why didn't you look at the Panasonic Lumix S5 II?
I did. The only reason I didn't switch is because I've still got my F-mount glass and my FTZ2 adapter. That's literally the only reason why I didn't. I was at one point talking with some reps at the camera store about maybe jumping on some Panasonic gear. Unfortunately, it didn't come together, so I kind of took a step back there. If I didn't have my F-mount glass, I would consider switching, but I don't have a huge budget for a camera, right? Wish I did for sure. If I did, then I would probably get rid of all my F-mount glass and then give the S5 2X a go, because it is a really impressive camera. But I am hopeful when the Z6 III comes out that the autofocus with the F-mount glass is going to be pretty darn good and be pretty fast.
And Joe, it's all about the glass, correct? And there is no shortage of glass with the Nikon system. So I think wait a bit longer, you will get your wishes coming.
Hey,
yeah.
Joe, I heard
And
a
I think
rumor,
enough to-
Joe, that your fiance was going to tell all your wedding guests that she was okay with them just getting you a good camera.
There you go.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Is that the
my
truth,
wedding
or is
photos
that
with Nikon Bridge
make-believe?
app, I might never get a single photo off. That's my only concern. Not that I have
And
anything
at some
against
point,
it.
you're gonna have to move over to a Z-mount lens if you want to do video.
Yeah, well, okay. I think that's the other thing as well, though, is like my Z6 still for most of my client work, it still does everything I need. Like I think that's the other reason I haven't switched away from it yet is I do get full readout on my 4K video. Looks killer. I've got some distillery clients right now I've been shooting with, and they just love how it looks. And I think until I kind of have that, oh my god, like I can't keep up moment, there's not like a need for me to switch. I mean, yeah, it'd be sick if the Z6 III came out tomorrow and I had the budget to just switch automatically, right? But even my Z6, when I bought it used on eBay. I didn't buy it brand new. I was coming from a Fuji X-T20 that I had for years with manual lenses. I didn't even have any autofocus on that camera. Well, I mean, it has autofocus, but I mean, I was using adaptive glass, right? So I've always kind of come to it from like a budget side of things. So even if the Z6 III dropped tomorrow, I'm not sure. I mean, yes, could I afford it? For sure, but I don't know if it would make financial sense for me to just all of a sudden be like, yes, this is the one. Anytime I've purchased a new camera, I've had to sell some old gear, or I
Which is
had an app in my lamp, like my drone, for instance.
Yeah.
I had a drone and then I got rid of it because I couldn't use it, and then I had clients wanting aerial shots, so I bought a new one because I had that revenue stream coming in and I needed the gear to support it, right? So I am very cheap that way, I guess you could say. Like whenever I go to the camera store, they're like, "Oh God, it's this guy. He's come for the free bin." And I'm like, "Yes."
You'd be a good wildlife photographer, Joe, because every time I walk around, all I hear is cheap, cheap, cheap all the time.
There you go. Yeah,
So
no,
I got a question
And
and
I
a
think-
comment here. I got a question and a comment. First, this week I was photographing the elk rod, and there was a little bit of haze, correct? So that actually was creating a havoc on the autofocus on the both the C8 and the C9. But that's nothing to do with autofocus. It's just that the image is not it's fuzzy. But I noticed in video mode, the autofocus was working a lot better. So I think the software for the autofocus is not exactly the same for stills and video. And I tell you, the autofocus of the video, and I'm not a video expert, but I started to collect some video.
They're
every
totally
now and then.
different.
It is fantastic. It's somehow, my opinion is that it's superior to the autofocus of the still.
I just
So
like
were you
you
shooting
get,
continuous or you shooting single?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Get-
Are you
Getting
doing
back
continuous
to-
autofocus or single autofocus?
No, I nowadays I use mostly for the stills the 3D, correct? The 3D focus. So I
3D
try
tracking.
Yeah.
Mm.
But for the autofocus, I use the full frame, correct? And also auto detection, and it works better. So sometimes on the elk, the still mode wanted to go to the brightest part on the rear of the elk, correct? But the autofocus on the video wanted to go for the head. But it was I probably, when I start publishing some of the YouTube videos, the haze in the 120 mode, you could see it. I mean, the video showed the haze fantastic. So the camera cannot work, but it's because the environmental conditions. Now you can work around, and sometimes the haze comes and go, and you got a good photo and a bad photo. So good for the 20 frames per second. But so that's another learning. But Joe, going back to you before I ask the question is, I mean, I'm not a video expert, but that that autofocus system on the video for me, and Wayne can tell you, it works very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use the reason you might have gotten a different result in the stills versus the video is that when you're in the full frame video where it's looking at the whole screen, that's prioritizing on whatever's closest to the camera. So if the elk's head is turned, the head is going to be closer to the camera than the behind. So it's going to focus on the head and grab onto that in the video, whereas with you, when you're in your stills mode, you know, in theory, it should be going for the eye. Is what, if you got eye tracking on, it should be going for the eye anyway. I don't know why it would be going for the behind, unless the behind looked like an eye.
Sometimes it
I
does,
can say this.
but I think it was because it was fuzzy, correct?
Yeah,
the shimmer didn't allow the software to recognize the eye. So it was off and on, but on the video side, it works better. That's, it's anecdotal, but I never experienced so much haze. It was pretty bad, but actually you learn, correct? And then I ended switching to single mode focus because I wanted to focus on certain area. But I got some good images anyway. But that's the thing, Joy, for the autofocus on with the Speed 7. Wow, I'm impressed. I tell you, for the video portion. And
I'll say that.
Yeah.
Sorry, you finished?
Go ahead, Wayne. I ask my question later.
No, I say the box. I usually use the wide or one of those boxes and use the eye tracking. And typically, when I do that, if everything is inside the box, the eye tracking works better. I know I talked about something in my past video about the Z6 review when I did a 3D tracking with the plane and what's coming in, and it wouldn't track. It would kind of lose it. And using the box seems to work better. Because I used to love 3D tracking back in the DSLR days, but I don't find it works very well for what I'm
the video, for the still.
For pictures.
But Wayne, I agree. I use a hybrid system, correct? So I have one for the box, but then when I acquired the focus, the 3D tracking, and it is fantastic.
Yeah, I guess what Steve Perry recommends, and I've tried it and I don't do it anymore. But what he recommended was going in that the 3D tracking, that all the tracking modes would work good if you in the custom 1 or custom 2. If you size it to what you want, the 3D tracking will work within that defined box. Okay, and that was a recommendation that he had, but. If you have all the cameras, because I know people that shoot Canon and they shoot Sony, and everybody has the same problem, is that these mirrorless cameras have a hard time with the backgrounds. Okay, they still like to go to the background sometimes. So what I did was I used the memory recall button. If I have the lens with the memory recall button, I program it for a focus area in the general vicinity of where I think I'm going to be picking up a bird in flight. And if I'm having trouble getting it, I will use that memory recall, and it'll jump right on that bird, and then I could switch to a different mode, and I'm good. But they still have the issues with the background sometimes, depending on how far away and how large the object makes a huge difference too. A heron or a great egret versus a kingfisher is night and day.
If you work with long telephotos, you better learn to work with memory recall, and then that's what those lenses carry, those buttons, correct? And even the Z lenses have the two function button. So no, that's the way to go for long telephotos.
Yeah.
But
one thing I did,
and you said that, Jeff, on the 800 millimeter, you need to recognize that the environment impact the function of the camera.
Yeah.
Right? And that's nothing to do. You cannot change that, correct?
And when I don't, and a lot of people do. A lot of people take the camera foot and they rotate it so it's up the top at the top.
Yeah.
I always keep the camera foot down because I rest the camera foot in the palm of my hand. And what I do is with the foot in the palm of my hand, I can literally move my thumb back and move the manual focus ring with my thumb. So if I'm a little bit off or having trouble getting a bird, I'll move the manual focus button with my thumb and lock onto the bird, and then I continue on with another mode or whatever, you know. So sometimes I just you have to use manual focus to get to get the camera to stop thinking about the background. You know, you have to break its pattern that it's in, you know.
That was the worst
Well,
trouble
and on
with
that
the
point,
contrast to take.
But going back to the CF and the C6 III and 7, I mean, this is a good omen on the C6 III and an excellent omen on the C7 III, right? Because I think for instance, for me, on my style of what I'm shooting, I would be tempted with a Z7 III that comes with 60 megapixel, correct, or more, right? Then other people may choose to have a modern camera with modern dials with 33 megapixels, which that's what the C6 III should be.
Yeah. If you don't put a higher megapixel sensor in a Z7 III, this is just my opinion, I wouldn't even make the camera, because
Exactly.
how is it going to be how is it going to be significantly different from a Z8?
Exactly.
yeah.
So if you don't have enough differentiation in there or something like that people think is a big deal of
Exactly.
a difference, then don't even make if you're not going to do that, don't even, you know, I mean, I don't need a 61 megapixel sensor. I mean, a landscape photographer would probably like it, but the thing is, you know, if everything else is almost the same as a Z8, then by the Z, you know, what's the point?
Exactly.
What's the point?
Let me throw my piece in now, because I thought about that one. You know, hanging out with John and touching his toys, when I look at 16-bit files, those things are awesome. And I've been saying, why can't Nikon give us like a 16-bit sensor? So if you take the Z7, even if it's 45 megapixel, you go to 50 megapixel, but it is a 16-bit sensor. You have fantastic dynamic range, like 14 stops, or, you know, whatever the top thing is, like Leica does. You're competing, sure, but maybe not at the same level, because you're not going to be competing price point wise. They would raise the price of that camera, because now, even though it's not a Z8 and doesn't have the same features, because it's not going to be sport, it's going to be more of a image based, what we call back in the day.
Well, high dynamic range camera,
Yes,
which is
also
what they
high
should be
fidelity,
worrying
high
about
quality.
instead of megapixels.
Right. So you're talking almost like a medium format camera in a 35 millimeter sense. So you can do it for studio work, you can do it for a product work, you can do it for landscape, for all these things. You can have that in there. So it doesn't have to be like a Z8, because the Z7 III, 2 and 1 was never a fast camera. It was never for sports. It was more that high detail studio kind of camera. So going from that standpoint and saying, hey, we're giving you a much better sensor inside of this thing, and we're going to price it $2,500, close to the, you know, the Z8. I think it will still sell.
Yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head. You have to do something different with the sensor.
Yeah.
To have a Z7 III, because if you're not going to do that, I don't get it. I don't get it. But you know, unfortunately, all the 16-bit devices, all the 16-bit with the high dynamic range is all medium format right now, and I wish, I don't care whether it's Sony, Fuji, Nikon, Olympus, whatever. Enough with the megapixel wars, man. You gotta start worrying about eliminating noise, like as best you can, eliminating noise, and like you said, having better dynamic range so that you can recover from blacks and highlights easier or not even have a problem with the blacks and the whites when you take the picture originally, you know, and for some reason they're just locked into the megapixel war, and I wish they would get into the dynamic range war and the noise reduction war. That's what I'd like to see.
Does
Just
ZF is
backtracking just a little bit to your guys' points on the autofocus, when we were talking about the XP7, that is one thing I will say is like my G6. I mean, for vlogging, I haven't really run into any issues, but I have found when I have tried to go full auto or not even full auto on video, just the medium box, it hunts a lot. So typically when I'm at like a client shoot, if it's for the distillery, anything like that, I lock everything in and I shoot with focus peaking almost every single time. I was up in Edmonton there on a Thursday, and I had this volunteering engagement. I usually use my Z6 when I'm out shooting, but today, or for that one, because we had all hands on deck, I didn't have capacity to like have a full frame camera with me, so I ended up taking my ZV1 with me instead. And that was one thing I hate to say I loved so much, was whenever I was zooming in on people or doing anything, I didn't even think about the autofocus once. It was not even a question when I was shooting. And I mean, obviously with the ZV1, you don't have really any manual, right? Like you can get it to go into manual, but it's a real pain in the butt to shoot with focus peaking on that camera. It's not really what it's designed for, but it was something that I was just like, man, like if the XP7 and the Z6 III is like even 80% as good as this autofocus, I'm good. Then I don't have to think about it and work around. And I mean, obviously with the Z6, you work around it, you figure out like, okay, this is what this camera is strong at, this is what I can do with it. Okay, this thing maybe not so much. Okay, I'll shoot a manual, right? Like it's not a barrier to market, right? I think obviously people focus on the autofocus because it, no pun intended, it is a problem, right? But once you know your camera, you kind of know what you can and can't do with it. But it will be something I think more so than anything I'm looking forward to the most is having autofocus not even really be something that I necessarily think about right away when I use my camera. It's just like, okay, boom, I'm taking a photo of this. Cool. It's just going to take care of it. And then I can focus more on the composition and the subject matter as opposed to, is it going to nail it or not? Because that is a real fear that I have sometimes is I'm like, man, is it going to miss this time or is it going to nail it? But I mean, if I'm shooting with manual, it's always fine. But yeah, I don't know. That's just the one thing I do think about when using my Z6 for any client work now that I would hope would be not a reality with the Z6 III, and I'm sure if it's got the XP7 won't be. So I think that's what I'm looking forward to the most.
I think you'll be happy from that perspective. From what we see, you'll be good there. And as someone who uses both Sony and Nikon, I can tell you it's not all the time that the Sony cameras are great on the photo side with the autofocus. They have issues just the same. Video, fantastic. I said it still tops in the video space. Nikon, I think, is doing well there as well, doing good as well.
Yeah, Nikon video specs in terms of like sensor readout and resolution, I think they're actually better than Sony, right? Because I mean, how many Sony cameras actually can do 6 or 8K? Really, when you look at it, even with the new A7C drops, I mean, yeah, you've got 6K on the A7C2R, but that's at Super 35 and it's not even full frame, and you're losing a lot of the sensor when you're doing that, right? So I you know, Nikon's like hybrid capacity with the Z8 and Z9, I would say, are pretty much unmatched right now in the camera market, which is huge, right? It's just that all-around camera that they can have that's a bit more at the entry-level price point, like prosumer price point. That's really the only thing they're missing. And once they have that, obviously they'll have the Z8 and Z9 autofocus in it, right? So I think at that stage, they're going to really have a unique product that they can peddle to hybrid shooters, and it's going to do really, really well for them. And I think that that's something that doesn't get enough marketing attention and enough focus from Nikon marketing is their video capacity on the Z8 and Z9, because you can just get stellar shots out of them. And man, I wish I had a Z8, you know, like I watch some footage people get that thing and I'm just like, man, I could do that way shakier and much worse than them, but I want it. I need it. I'm asking for it.
You get some of the stuff oversampled from 8K in a 4K video. So when you do the high quality version at the standard SDR, so yeah, you get some really good stuff. It's like same thing with the Z6. It's oversampled from 6K. So you're still getting great footage even though it's 8-bit. It doesn't look as crispy as it would be 10-bit, but it still looks good.
Oh, it's clean. Yeah. No, it's very
Anybody have
clean.
a comment on this query on the screen?
I don't think we would see it soon because
Probably
from
6
what
months.
the Speed 7 is doing right now,
Mm.
if they're going to do that, let's say they say, oh, for the Olympics next year, we're going to give you the Z9 too, then you'd see it. That's my thought on that.
I agree. I don't think until they've got the Z6 and Z7 lineups filled out with the X-Speed 7 and that tech is kind of filtered down into all their lower cameras, it wouldn't make sense for them to put an X-Speed 8 because then they're just going to lose market share because people would be thinking, oh man, well the autofocus is better in this cheaper one that just came out. I'm going to go for that instead of the Z8 or Z9, right? So their flagships will lose some of their allure. And honestly, I think the X-Speed 7, it does a lot, right? I don't think it's seen its heyday yet. You know, I think they're just waiting to finish filling out that lineup before they can really replace that.
Well, its heyday is the Z9, right? And that's the one that has it. They keep squeezing more and more out of it from a 1, 2, 3, 4. They keep giving you more. So we know there's things to be gotten from it, but would they use it on a different body on your flagship body? That's the thing. That's maybe the only time we would see an X-Speed 8 because, you know, for what
Maybe they'll bring out my Z1.
Yeah, you never know. Anything can happen.
It'll be in the next ZF version 2.
No. I coined
The
something
Z50 Mark 9.
Find somebody's video. ZFX, 16-bit sensor, and all of that. You get your dials and everything that looks good. You get all that stuff to satisfy the old photographers who want this camera, but it's going to be like $5,000 with a Plena lens, 20 to 60 5mm f2. You want it?
So the question that I have for you is that new IBIS system that pivot around the focus point. Is that something that is software or is something mechanical?
That's software driven.
Software driven.
Yeah. You still can do it even with the mechanics of the sensor that we have in the Z8 and Z9.
It's all software driven.
Yeah,
it's software driven, but I don't think the
Does it require?
they can probably put it in the Z7, Z8, Z9. But I think because of the newer stuff IBIS that they have inside of the ZF, it may not be as good, but it's yet to be seen. I know what video looks like out of the Z8, and it looks great. We've all utilized it. Those who saw Z9 or the Z8, same thing. You utilize a VR lens on your camera, and you realize this thing is fantastic. So, a slightly better IBIS with 8 stops. I think you're not going to get the same thing in the ZF. Sorry, in the Z8, Z9 that you could be able to do with the IBIS.
It should be able to do the same. Should be able to do the same.
Well, hopefully. I'm looking forward for a firmware update. Huh? Software?
It's just software that's calculating where to focus. They should be able to do it on the Z8, Z9 as an upgrade.
But Roy, my question was because it pivots basically the point in which they pivot the sensor, correct? Do they require different way of moving the sensor that to allow?
Well, they're all 5-axis. They're all 5-axis systems, but unless they modified or updated the mechanism itself, which they don't tell you, then. But they're all 5-axis stabilization systems. So you would think they would be able to do it with a Z8 or a Z9. But see, that's the thing is like I said, something as simple as the technical specs on the new ZF. It doesn't even say it has a self timer. So it's like, I should be writing their manual. You don't even say it has a self timer. I'm sure it's got a self timer, but you don't say it has a self timer. But it's just there's a lot of these the little minutia when you really I must have watched Nikon's their looked at everything on their webpage on the ZF 3 or 4 times. Read it soup to nuts 3 or 4 times. Read the technical specs 3 to 4 times. Watched probably 90% of the videos that everybody did on that camera and took notes. And then put together my list that everybody had to suffer through this early evening when I went through it. But and I still had unanswered questions.
But the manual is not out yet.
And there's no manual out yet. So
well, but there will be. I mean, if the release day is October, correct? They typically, the manual is issued in PDF form around the same time. So
yeah. So we might have to wait a few weeks before we see the manual. But I'm going to switch gears for a second, because I got a question.
One last question on the pixel shift, because again, that you mentioned that the camera has a pixel shift.
Yeah,
and I think Wayne mentioned it's all to be done in NX, correct? The processing of the photos gets all for the pixel shift. It goes into NX, and somebody said, would that be also available via Adobe, correct? Photoshop. But the question that I have for those that have used pixel shift in the other manufacturers is what is the file that produces? It produces a TIFF file, a JPEG file, or any kind of other type.
It can be a raw file depending on the manufacturer. The problem is to get pixel shift done properly, you need the really heaviest tripod, and you can't breathe on the camera, and the subject can't move.
Exactly.
And it goes on and on. And it's just so difficult. It's not worth the effort.
Roy heard me say this. I hate to use the term gimmick, but it kind of is, because
it is.
The conditions in which you can use it are so restrictive. Everybody gets all excited about it, like on some of the other cameras. Oh, I could have a 200 megapixel file or a 300 megapixel file. It's like, okay, if you're taking, let's say you're taking a picture of some trees in the woods, some white birches in the fall or something,
the leaves
right?
Can't move.
Yeah, the leaves can't move. If you have a breeze, you're gonna. How often do you shoot where you don't have a breeze, where something's moving, or you have a body of water in the image where the water is moving, or you're taking a picture of a macro and you have a bee moving, or anything. It's like the use case for that feature is like this. It's like this. I wouldn't personally waste my time.
I don't. My Hasselblad's got it. It's had it for years, but the files are 400 megabytes big. And it's just so hard to set up. Slightest movement of the camera or the subject, and you got to do it again.
And focus stacking is the same problem, right? Focus stacking is the same problem. They create all these features that a lot of these features that they create would be resolved if they improve their sensor technology. If focus stacking is the same problem. If your subject moves, it's like, okay, they say, well, focus stack on that flower. Well, if I have a breeze, it ain't gonna work. So unless I have the flower and I put a black backdrop behind it, and it's in a vase, and it's clamped with a clamp, and it's inside my house, and it's not going to move, then I could focus stack, and it's going to look absolutely stunning when I'm done. But if I'm out in the field, am I going to do focus stacking on a flower with a 5-mile-an-hour wind? No, I'm not going to even waste my time.
No, but
I got to run, guys.
Joe, have a good one.
Have a good one, Joe.
Speaking of pixel shift, I'm going to shift over and watch Hell's Kitchen. Have a good night, guys. Great seeing you all. And,
some people would say we're in Hell's Kitchen right now.
Yeah, all I'm expecting from this live cast is for you guys to generate the perfect camera, then I will not buy it because I do not have money to buy it. Have a good night, guys. Great seeing y'all.
Take
Later,
it easy.
Joe.
Thanks, Joe, for popping in.
My pleasure.
On the
Great
other
seeing y'all.
hand, Jeff,
Appreciate it.
not to be contrarian, but to add to the discussion here, it's still good to have those features. Okay, it's good to have the possibility.
Always nice to have, but it's waffle. It's just a sales gimmick. It's
Yeah.
not something you probably never use.
Oh, yes, probably, but it's some people would find the interception of their capabilities with their style shooting, correct? So, but anyway, I just wanted to know because certainly for me, if anything that create a JPEG that doesn't have all the latitude to be modified is more of a limiting factor. That's what I don't like to use the pre-capture release until when they have it in RAW, I will use it, correct?
Yeah.
But so the same with this, correct? The NX only processing for this, that's even make it more gimmicky. But okay, anyway. So Jeff, you were going to take the discussion in a different direction now.
Well, just for a few minutes because I'm having an issue and it's probably all me.
Okay.
I like how you laughed when I said I'm having an issue because you guys know that I probably have many that I can't even talk about on air, obviously. But I bought this. I bought the TT Artisan 100. I did a video on it a little bit. The 100mm 2x macro tilt shift lens. Okay. And I used it, and it would be under my tribulations. I should have we did tips and tribulations. So a tribulation is I have these hibiscus flowers in pots in my backyard. And hibiscus flowers have a very long stamen that comes out from the flower. I mean, very long, inches long, very long. And it has yellow, I don't know what you want to call them. Looks like little pastas, look like elbow macaronis, right? Little yellow things that stick out on the sides, and then the top has two like orangey red, perfectly circular stalks that stick up off that at the very end. So I had the tripod for a little while. I'm using this lens, and I'm using the focus peaking.
Okay.
And I'm not liking the focus peaking.
Why is that?
And maybe it's the color I chose. Okay, I chose blue. Okay, maybe I got to change the color. But the problem I have is if I want those two small circular reddish protrusions to be tack sharp and everything below it to fade, softly out of focus. With the focus peaking, with seeing all those dots lit up, I can't, when the stuff is so close to each other, I can't tell what's really in focus and what's not. You know what I mean? I take the picture and then I have to zoom in on it and look at it and say, nope, didn't work. Nope, didn't work.
Wow.
And it's like in the old days with an old SLR camera where you had the split microprism and the I'll let Mozman in here, the split microprism and the and then the Fresnel screen around it or whatever, that went around that. I could easily tell visually if I was in focus or not on doing a flower shot. With the focus peaking, I'm having a heck of a time. So I'm wondering what would happen if would you be able to visually see with your eyeballs manually focusing with focus peaking turned off? Have you ever done that and be able to tell that the item is in focus without using focus peaking? I mean, are your eyes capable of being able to tell, or can you not tell unless you're using focus peaking? Because I'm kind of like not liking focus peaking.
I love
can
it.
you zoom
Turn
in?
it down.
Can you
Just turn
zoom
it
in?
down to 1.
What's that?
Yeah.
Turn it down to 1. Default is 2. Turn it down to 1 and see if that helps.
Oh, the focus peaking down to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing, Jeff, is can you zoom in during the focusing? And turn the focus peaking off, zoom in 100%, and then try to see if you can detect that it's on focus the way you want.
Yeah, that's I got to try that because I'm getting frustrated with it. I mean, everybody says, "Oh, that's the greatest thing in the world, focus peaking," and to me, I guess it depends on the subject. You know, I mean, if
Yeah, it
it's
does.
it depends a lot on the subject, but when you're literally when you're at 2x magnification of your subject,
Yeah.
everything you're talking, you're splitting hairs when you're focusing. I mean, you're just splitting hairs, and all you see is colored dots, and your eyes are like going nuts, and you're like, oh my God, you're fooling with it, and you're taking 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures of it, and then you're looking at them, and you're like, oh, I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it, and you go back and you're doing it again, and it's like, oh my God, what a pain in the neck. I'm like, I wish I should just take out one of my film cameras with the and use an old macro lens. I'd probably get better results, but because it's like if I'm using the 105, okay, if I'm using the 105,
Mm-hmm.
I will use the autofocus first to get close, you know, and then I'll override the autofocus and tweak the manual focus ring if I need to.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll try the autofocus, and I'll say, no, not exactly where I want it. I'll back out and adjust it with the manual focus, but that's a 1-to-1 macro too. That's not 2-to-1, and I'll get really, really good results when I do that. But the focus peaking thing on a 2x macro seems to be really tripping me up.
Oh, you love it.
Use your eyes, like Gustavo says, and just zoom in and just use your eyes. Check it.
Yeah. I mean, because it's a very cool lens. I mean, it
No,
really is.
for sure.
It's a real neat lens.
The other option is stick a monitor on it, 5-inch, 7-inch, and utilize that to help you.
Yeah. I mean, it's partially, the eyesight, because even I changed the view in my viewfinder. You know how on the Z9, probably on the Z8, you can optimize the viewfinder and change it if you wear glasses.
Yeah.
So it helps you see more of the frame if you're an eyeglass wearer. So, I did that, but I still have a little bit of a hard time. Sometimes I chop something off because I can't see edge to edge wearing the eyeglasses. It's a pain in the neck, but it is what it is. Jonathan, are you taking off or wishing you all good? Okay.
Coming in.
Jonathan De La Rosa just saying hi to everybody, wishing us a good evening.
Welcome.
Wedding photographer, no super chat option on the chat. No, I'll word it this way. I don't have enough subscribers to make 2 cents on YouTube. I'll probably never have enough subscribers to make 2 cents on YouTube. And I'm not worried about it, but I'm really amazed that I don't get and I'm not talking the live stream here. I consider this a whole separate entity to my channel, really. My normal stuff that I do on my channel, it amazes me how hard it seems to be for people to click on the like button or for people to subscribe. I mean, my subscription rate month to month change, other than when I first started doing a live stream, I did get a temporary bump. It flattened out. Now I'm lucky if I get 1 or 2 new subscribers a month. So at that rate, I'll be 85 by the time I'm making 2 cents. But I don't care. Not why I'm doing it. But I don't get as many likes as I'd like to get. That's for sure. You got to be motivated. You got to feel like what you're doing is worth it to your audience. And sometimes I get a little bummed out. I'm not sure if I'm really going down the right path or not, because I don't really get a lot of. I have a loyal group of active participants on my channel who are very, very kind to me, probably too much so. But I just can't bring in the subscriptions. I don't know what it is. It just doesn't ain't working for me, man.
Let me say something, Jeff. You have great content out there, but what I've realized, I had a couple of people I've met, younger folks who were traveling around. I showed them my videos because I said, "Do I do YouTube?" And I watched them, and they started looking at something. They started scrubbing. The younger mind of people today, everybody's busy. Everybody wants to get to the point of their thing. You have a 2-minute introduction typically, and I'd say that probably is a good thing to put in for Let me get back on camera here. His wife's gone. It would be a good thing if you put that in as a intro video for the channel, and just do a simple 30-second thing. Like most of the YouTube things, maybe 10 to 20-second intro to it, and then you get into the content. Because I try to keep mine short, and you realize mine have been changing over time, because as I look at things, people just scrub past that, little thing I put together with some pictures and so on. I'm like, what happened? And she's like, I just want to hear what you're saying. I want to get to this thing. I'm like, okay. And it's happened a few times. I'm showing the video, and they're just scrubbing through, and looking through the stuff to get to what they are. So typically, if you are watching your YouTube stats, you will see where it shows you on each video, how many people are watching beyond a certain point. And if they're dropping out in the intro, and it goes, if the chart goes here and goes all the way down, you've lost them at the intro. So if it goes and it starts going this and then trickling off over a period of time, that's the cue to tell you that, hey, something I'm doing is not keeping my audience attention. And I had to learn that for my thing. I never used to pay attention to the stats. I didn't do these things, but I started watching these other guys who talk about how to do better on YouTube and what to do. And it's okay, so let me look at this video that did good. And YouTube tells you, how many people have watched it and how things look. And if you look at that and you say, okay, people are dropping off in this section, then I have a video that people stayed on for longer. Then you want to replicate that video and utilize that stuff and keep changing it up.
Well, it's funny. I mean, you make a good point. I mean, my introduction used to be a lot longer than it is now, believe it or not. It used to probably be 3 times longer than it is now. And I whittled it down quite a bit. Now, maybe I still haven't whittled it down enough, but I significantly whittled it down. But it just amazes me when I used to do short videos. It doesn't matter whether it's short videos or long videos. When I was trying to do short videos, I had comments from people that said, I don't mind your long videos. They're like watching a TV show. I don't mind the long videos, and I got quite a few comments that said that. So then I kind of kept the videos long. So, I mean, they're either going to be 12 minutes long or 12 to 30 minutes long. But if I'm doing a gear review or doing when I talk about my old cameras, where maybe I'm talking about 2 or 3 different models of old cameras, it could be an hour long, but irregardless of that length of time, the average watch time is very, very low on all the videos, whether it be a 12-minute one, a 30-minute one, a 1-hour one. The watch time is so tiny. It's like, okay, what are you watching then?
Not enough pages, that's the problem.
Tease it with some of the content up front while you're doing your intro. Keep the intro short, but kind of, whet their appetite, so to speak. We can talk offline. I can show you some things, and let's see if that'll help. Because you realize Z-Way changed up his stuff and he started getting some more views. I don't know what Zach is. He hasn't been around for a while. But I know he wanted to get better things, and I think he really focused on doing that. His videos went from long to being short. So he's been changing up his stuff, and he's been getting some other people to join the channel. So there's a formula to YouTube. We don't think about it from that respect, but all these things, the tools that they have, if you watch what other people are doing and look at their video and how, they keep things, you can see, oh, this is what's going on. You're not going to see the stats, but you can see pretty much if, like, I'll use Simon as an example. Simon, other filmmaker, I remember when he was doing it, he was not high, and then he changed things up where he also started, like, in the first 30 seconds, he's giving you this thing that whets your appetite. I'm going to talk about Z8, this and so on. And then he goes into, if you want to get more news, subscribe to the channel. And he does this little quick video thing or clips and so on. And then boom, he slides into it. And they're saying you should keep your intro no longer than 30 seconds. If you go less than that, sort of shows, that's fine. But then we also want to put in our logo screen. And it's like, you can probably just like later on the video, after you've hooked them and you get them watching and you throw that in there, they won't really mind at that point. But you just like intro, logo video, sometimes I do it. You watch mine, sometimes I have the logo video in 30 seconds and sometimes I push it off a little bit further because I've changed it up as I'm looking at my stats and seeing what's going on. So it is trying to, figure out the algorithm and do something different. So, content is great, images are very great, but then how do you keep their attention? You get them from the beginning.
It seems like we can sit there and watch reruns of the Beverly Hillbillies, but we can't watch a 30-minute content of a creator. And I just kind of chuckle at that. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I mean, I know Z-Wade has spent an exorbitant amount of time, almost an incredible amount of time, trying to crack the algorithm code of the YouTube environment in terms of what do I got to do to optimize my
give up and enjoy yourself,
my membership. And I look at it occasionally, but I don't, because I didn't go into it to make money. I don't put anywhere near the amount of time into that part of it than that Z-Wade has done. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, but I just don't understand that if you're getting thousands of people a month that watch your videos, and you put out a video that let's just say I'll make up a number. Let's say you got 200 views on a video. You can't even get 1% likes on that video. Why is it so difficult for people to like something? Because you're obviously getting a fair amount of viewers a month, but you're not getting a lot of likes. But
I'll tell you why.
I look at it is if you don't give me a like, then please tell me what you don't like. And I've even gone on in a video and I asked this. I says, if you don't like something that I'm doing in my videos or how I'm doing something in my videos, I can't get better if I don't get feedback. And you could give me feedback that's critical and say it in a nice way. You don't have to say, oh, you suck. You could just say, like you're suggesting, you could say, well, make your intro 20 seconds long. I'm not gonna go cry in the corner of my house and get all upset, but if people don't give me suggestions, how do I improve when nobody wants to give me information? They don't want to give me feedback.
It depends on who your audience is also. Are they subscribe to YouTube? Because unless you subscribe, you can't give a thumbs up, you can't leave a comment. That's the big thing right there. Because lots of time I see the same thing as when I have to look through how many people watch my video, how many people are subscribed, how many people are not subscribed. And I'm like, okay, so a lot of people watching, but the view ratio to subscribers and non-subscribers is high. It's like 93% of the people are not subscribed.
Right. So that's all right. That's so you say to yourself, so why is that?
Because a lot of people are out there just want to watch videos and not subscribe. And sometimes you have to tell them, hey, guys, it's simple to sign into YouTube. If you want to leave a message, you may have to coax people into doing that. And if a lot of people or older people are watching these things, a lot of times they just want to remain anonymous. They don't want to go out there and put their name, Talking to my mom, she doesn't watch my videos. I send her links to them and she doesn't watch the videos. She wants to know how I'm doing. She calls me, hey, what's going on? Heard something happens. I'm like, I'm not in that country. Did you not watch my video? No. So It all depends, and the YouTube algorithm also breaks it down into who's watching, what's the age group of the people. So you have to go through like all of that stuff. Like I said, if you have time, we can get offline. I can show you. We can look at that stuff and see what's going on, and then we can change some things up and see how it's going after the change.
I want to say hi to Long Rider. Nice to see you
Hey.
joining us. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're out there getting some great shots. I don't know if you have you gone to kind of Winga Dam lately and gotten any more pictures? I know you're relatively close to that, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I won't go any further with the discussion here because I'm getting way off track. But it's just like you want to feel that you're having a positive impact within the within the photo community, and the only way you get a feeling that you are is from what people say to you, or like you said, subscribers and likes. And when you're not getting the subscribers and you're not getting the likes, other than a select grouping of people, it's like,
I think
looks like David's leaving.
David, you taking off? You're gonna steal Anita's 180 to 600 and try it out on your Z9?
Well, it'll depend, we'll see what happens. Yeah. But getting back to the ZF, because I didn't quite get into the conversation, is the processor has got the speed to produce the video because it's the same processor as the 8 to 9, and that'll do 8K video or 8.3. I think what the problem is the card that it's writing to. Because when you use your Z8 and your Z9, you're going to a CF Express. You're not going to an SD card, and that is what's holding back the video.
No, you nailed it. There's the weak link in the system, and the weak link is the speed of your memory cards.
Yeah, and if
Surprise,
if you want to pay more so you can get a bigger video card, so you can get your video, then it's going to cost more, whether you want to pay it or not.
Right.
But anyway, I'm going to go, and I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
All right. Take care, David. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, and you have a good evening, and now you know why I don't have a YouTube channel.
Me too. Ditto.
Okay. Okay, bye.
Yeah, you'll lose your hair.
I need
it. But Jeff,
see if I could grow a really good beard, and I would actually try to comb it up and over,
Well, I go sideways. Okay. Talk to you later. Bye.
Have a good one, David.
I mean, Jeff, you produce your video for your audience.
Oh yeah,
who appreciate that, correct? And the rest will come. If they come, that's fine. If not, you should be fine too.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's not about the money, because it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with that. But the likes does bother me, because at least show some love, show a little bit of love, man. A like doesn't cost you nothing, and then you're not subscribing. It's just a like, man. It's like takes you a millisecond to click on that button. Ain't gonna kill you. So Long Rider, I take it, did you buy the? Oh, he did. Long Rider says he pre-ordered the ZF with the 40 prime. And Tim is asking him what color he got.
Good choice. Love that 40 too.
Yeah, I bought the 40 actually. I bought it, and I don't have a ZFC or anything. I just bought it because I liked it for doing filming inside my house.
Mm.
And so I already have that. So I've got that set. And between that and the 24 to 120, I think I'm good enough for now with what I need to use for that camera whenever I get it. Jeff and Leslie's taking off. Time to go to bed for this old man. Come on. We're
We're all asleep.
come on, man. You got to hang in there with the rest of us old men, you know?
And by the way, the video today from Jeff and Leslie on the spider webs and the panel, fantastic. For you that haven't seen that,
I have not seen it yet. I usually see their stuff, but I did not see that.
yeah, it's a nice nice idea, nice capture, very well executed.
I will. I've liked a few times when they seem to, well, they live in an area where they have a lot of woodsy area, and they got a lot of wildflowers and stuff, which is great. And one day, very early in the morning, I went out to do some macro shots in my own neighborhood, and we have man-made ponds. And I walked along one that was like the biggest man-made pond that we had, and got some macro shots with the dew, the drops of dew on the flowers, and that's what I love to get with the not hitting it with a spritzer.
No, for sure.
The actual natural dew drops on a flower, I love that.
For sure.
Love it.
I mean, Jeff and Leslie will tell you, and you know that, Jeff, as well, that you have a magical day when you have fog, and suddenly the whole forest is full of spiders webs. Okay, it's a magical time. Correct. It's so they are there. It's just that we don't see them. Correct. But if you get the right conditions, atmospheric condition, suddenly there is hundreds and hundreds of spider webs. So that's it. But
although I don't know if I'd want to get pictures of the spiders near where Roy lives because they're way too big.
Yes.
Oh, that was a medium-sized one.
That was
medium.
Yeah, that was medium. Comes 2 or 3 times that size. I don't worry about it until they're bigger than your hand.
Well, Tim, you were saying you knocked the web down on the spider, and then it showed up today, right?
Yeah, and that had the abdomen was about the size of a peanut M&M. The one Roy had was like, I don't know.
Peanut.
It was like a whole bag of peanut M&Ms.
He's outside somewhere. Happy, I hope. I'm not cruel enough to kill him.
Yeah, I don't kill him either.
So, any more comments on the CSF or the CF or?
I wish they had 2 ports.
I
2
think
USB ports.
Yeah, it's like, I know a lot of people won't like that micro HDMI. A lot of people complain about that because they want to have one set of cables. If they got a full frame, larger body camera with a full size HDMI connector, it's a pain in the neck to always. The more cables you got to add in your kit, the more you got to dig through to hook something up, and it's a pain in the neck.
Adapters.
So you're going for the orange?
I'm going for the orange.
You also going for the orange? Okay.
When I think about the cables, that's one thing that kind of bugged me for outputting a signal. But like I'm sitting here with using FX30, having a flip forward screen just to be able to see something, I don't have to use the screen on it. So for me, that'll be fine. 10-bit can be done internally. That's great. I'm not outputting raw or anything, so I think that'll be fine. But if you need to, you can get a cable. It's just, you can't use what you have, but it's not a big deal breaker in my opinion. Somebody was talking about Plena. We kind of about that one.
Let's go there.
Yeah, let's let me get rid of some garbage off my screen here because I got too many things that are opened up. the Plena is a Wayne. I'll let you. I mean, I didn't really get that much out of that video that they did, other than it's obviously a new lens. It didn't look like it was on a different body that doesn't already exist. And so the question is it the 35-1.2 or the 135-1.8 that matter one thinks it might be, or could it be a cine lens, or I don't know. I mean, there was an interview with a high-level person at Nikon where they are definitely looking into and investigating whether they want to get into cine lenses or not. But in the interview, he didn't really give a timetable as to when that may or may not happen, but they are looking into it. I mean, so they're open to the idea of doing cine lenses, but I don't know when that may be. So what do you guys think of that little snippet of a ad, I guess?
No,
It seemed like it's. Go ahead.
no. The only quick comment here. The choice of Nikon to do a teaser campaign is interesting because for, let's say, the ZF, they didn't do a teaser. Exactly. So and also that this is important for them, correct? Is the prestige type of thing. Nikon goes for these prestige products, correct? So that tells me that what I don't know, and we let Wayne comment here. Will this be one lens like the NOC, or will be a series of lenses with certain characteristics?
I think it's going to be a series of lenses. It looks too small for the 35. It'd have to be 135 if it's one of those two.
Okay.
It might be just a budget range of lenses that they're producing. It's
No, I think you're
so
right
hard
on
to
that
tell
one.
from the video.
Well, do you think
It
it's budget, or do you think it's high end, high cost, or do you think it's low cost?
No,
It's hard to
no.
tell. The Z lenses are so good; it'd be hard to be better than them, wouldn't it?
You would think so.
If they've gone as far as to market or to patent a new name and put it on the lens, you're not gonna come up with a cheaper brand and like, let me give it some new fancy script writing on side of it. I think it's probably going to be next level stuff and cost more. And it won't be just one lens; it'll be a series of lenses.
I remember the same font type style than the NOC. So that tells you it's going in that direction. Okay.
Well, you know, unless it's a lens, how many people complain with modern lenses today that these lenses don't have character?
Well, there used to be the ZF and Plena.
So is it possible
Hmm.
that it's going to be a series of lenses that have characteristics similar to what you would have gotten with film cameras back in the day?
Oh, there's a
Exactly.
good chance it could be
They
a
could be
retro
going
lens.
that way.
And the fact that the guy is sitting there in front of these bokeh balls, that tells you something, correct?
Yeah.
It's going to be for that type of look. Maybe more blades, Mr. Roy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, so Wayne, you were going to say something on the Plena.
No, well, that was just what I was saying. Is I think it's a series of lenses. It's not just one, and it's going to be something that's probably pricier. I just said the knocked. I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to make it like a separate line. Maybe they'll pull that knocked over there, because I mean I think it's priceless. So you take it from just being on a regular Z line and you put it on a separate line with a higher level name, but people want to spend that big amount of money on their high end lens.
Here's what Jim's thinking, that it's a cine lens because their business statement was they are targeting the pro high end market. Yeah, you know, it's funny that was their statement. Tim, if I'm right or wrong, correct me. I mean, at least 2 or 3 years ago, that was their statement. But then, of course, they came out with a Z30, and the Z30 did not fit into that marketing strategy that they were trying to say they were going to go with. So
They also said they were done with 25 megapixel sensors, and they just came out with a camera with
They
one.
lied.
So Tim, the remember all these messages to potential prospectors are
Yeah.
going forward statement, correct?
Yeah.
Maybe the C30 was already in the making. Maybe when they make that, they talk to the analyst, correct? So I don't find a problem between the statement, going forward statement that they have with the releases that they have, because they may have happened in different times.
Oh, I agree. I don't have a problem with it either. I mean, they're going to have to, they need to stay relevant too. So, I mean, that could be their main strategy, but doesn't mean they're not going to release other products as well.
Exactly. But I think it's going to be expensive. I think this is a prestige type of lenses, okay? And it will be. I mean, I'm looking forward to the announcement. I don't think I will be in the market for those lenses, but I like that they are taking these high-end products, correct?
I'm probably near the end of my lens buying. I only see myself buying maybe 2 more lenses, and I'm done. Other than if I buy stuff for my old camera bodies or whatever. But I mean, in terms of the Z line, I only see myself maybe buying the 135 and the 20 millimeter f1.8. And beyond that, I think I am between what I kept for F mount glass and everything that I bought from the Z mount glass. I think that's it. 2 more lenses for me. And I would like to think that I'm calling it a day,
The question that I have on this next Wednesday or Tuesday night for us is, would it be 2 lenses, the 35 and the 135, or it would be 1 lens? Because they have these are the remaining 2S lenses on the roadmap.
Yep.
And then when they finish with the roadmap, are we going to get the next roadmap as well?
No, it wouldn't it be funny if they came, if this was actually going to be 2 lenses coming out at once? That would be pretty wild, huh?
Exactly.
I don't know. You never know, right?
Well, they don't have too many months, correct?
One writer doesn't believe me when I say 2 more lenses for whatever reason.
I don't think anyone believes you when you say 2 more lenses.
Just so you know, one writer, I am noticing this comment.
Exactly.
Well, you got to hope at some point I got to stop.
Exactly.
My tribulation. I never finished my tribulation.
Yes.
My tribulation is, and I didn't have the time to figure out what happened here, but I took pictures of the hibiscus plants in my yard with the 2X macro. I thought I had some pretty good shots, but I didn't take a lot of them. So I didn't upload them into my computer. So I go out and I take wildlife pictures, right? So I go do my wildlife pictures. So then I say, okay, I'm gonna put the images on my computer. So, it comes up and, the pictures come up, 500 images or whatever. And I didn't go through the images. I just said, okay, that sounds about right. 500 images. And I said import, and I sucked them all into Lightroom. And then I just look when it's done, and it says there's 500 images in there. I go, okay, it took all the images. And then, lesson learned, never to do this again. I go and I take my cards and I put them in the camera, and then I reformat them and clear them out right away. So then when I go in to to look at the images, none of the macro shots are in there.
Whoa.
None of them, not a one. And then I thought back and I said, oh my God, I didn't pick up on it. Was that, when you see the folders on the screen, instead of having one folder with images in it, I had 2 folders with images in it. I only sucked in the pictures from one folder, but I don't really understand why I ended up with a second folder. That's the thing that's throwing me.
Okay.
I don't know why it created a second folder for the flower shots rather than putting them in the same folder that they're always getting put in, like every time I go out and shoot. But for whatever reason, I had a second folder. It threw them in there, and then when I formatted the card, I wiped them all out. So
It
that's
was AI. It was trying to help you sort your photos.
that was my well. It probably looked at the macro shots and said they stink pretty bad, so we might as well just delete them.
Tim, he has to convince you here on start using Photo Mechanic.
Exactly.
But indeed, I have noticed that. And Jeff, wait until you get your ZF. When you put the same car in the other body, as that happened between the ZF and the 9, it created another folder with a different name. So you need to be careful. That's a good tip and tribulation.
Yes. Make sure if you have more than one folder in your DCIM file folder, it opens up and you got more than one folder, that you look in both folders. The one thing I wanted that was mentioned on Nikon Rumors, which I take as personally bothers me, and I mentioned it to Tim in a private conversation, is they made a comment that there's been issues with Nikon canceling orders for the 180-600 lens if the person's credit card company declines the transaction due to withdrawal amount limits. Now, the person, obviously, if they were notified, could call their credit card company and rectify that problem in a matter of like 2 minutes. But Nikon doesn't give you the opportunity to do that. Basically, if the credit card company says, no, we won't approve the transaction, they cancel your order. And then, you find out they canceled the order. And then if you want to get back on the list, you're at the bottom of the list again. And I think that is a horrible policy. It's a horrible system that they have, because I have bought, I have protections on my credit cards, and I have bought expensive camera gear from camera stores, and I've had them contact me and say, your credit card didn't go through. Do you want to contact your credit card company? And I says, yeah, they're probably blocking it because of the amount. Give me a minute. I call them up. I tell them, you wouldn't accept this charge. I'm authorizing the charge. It's really me. I can prove it's me. Blah, blah, blah. They go, okay, Mr. Neville, you're all set. I call back. They run it. They go, okay, it went through this time. We're done. I don't know why Nikon can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just
I told you that happened to me with a Z8, correct?
Yeah, that does not foster a good relationship with your customer.
Yeah, I think it had to do with their business. What is that type of software, Tim? The internal type of business to product, something that is not working fine, correct? They don't have the mechanisms to make that type of inquiry. So Nikon USA direct sales are not very well modern.
Yeah, they're not set up like your average retailer.
Exactly.
We don't have those systems in place, unfortunately.
Exactly. So I may be in that situation, Jeff, but I look at that article because it bothers me too. Correct? I'm waiting, and I'm this time I only order for them, like you did. You ordered directly from them.
Well, I called my credit card because of that. I called my credit card company the other day because I have 2 pending purchases with Nikon. I got the 180-600, and I've got the ZF now, right? So I called, and they said, okay, if one of the choices was, if you're going to call to report a future transaction, hit 5 or whatever. So I hit 5, I go through it, and then the automated system said, maybe because my credit rating is really good and I've been with them for a long time now, all of a sudden now it said, oh, you don't need to tell us, you're okay. We will not block any transaction on your account. you're all right. So it didn't give me the option of talking to anybody. It just told me that you don't have nothing to worry about. Transaction will go through. You're good to go. So we shall see. We shall see. What they say and what happens in real life may be two different things.
Yeah, but in that article, when I read it carefully, I think the decline was because it was that the purchase put that person above the credit limit.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So that's what I'm hoping. Last time when they make in my case, I have my full credit limit because I kept my card at zero. The balance was zero, and they still decline it. Is because their software, when they tried to inquire with the bank, they didn't allow it because they didn't know where it was coming from. Correct. So, and the other thing that bothers me is apparently all these pending transactions. Apparently, for the credit cards, they can only stay online for a certain amount of time, which is I think 3 months, 6 months. So we may not be out of the wood, Jeff. So, but I agree with you, and they did give it a chance when they declined the first time because the system automatically declined it. Correct. The bank didn't identify as a reputable company. They gave me the option. Hey, we can still put that order through. But so the question is whether this person was over the balance, over the credit limit, or it was just what is happened with the C8, because that situation with the C8 happened to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It doesn't. It's not a goodwill gesture.
No, for sure.
You guys remember that one that happened to David Moots, right? He made 2 videos on it because that exact same thing happened to him, and he made a video on it on his channel. And then he actually did get through to Nikon, and they did give him his place back in line.
Because he has the power of YouTube.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Well, so does Jeff.
Yeah. I wield such power. I'm like Thor. I'm the god of thunder. I have the hammer. I got the hammer.
They don't want any
Well, if
negative.
you start publishing Nikon Sucks videos, I guarantee you'll get hits.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was kind of interesting with the Z85 1.2 S lens is now the highest ranking lens tested at DxO Mark. And I guess the second place is the Z58 millimeter f0.95 S Noct lens. So the 85 1.2, from a numbers perspective, numbers can be misleading.
I like the 50 better.
Is really good based on their opinion.
I like the 51.2 better. Just a better look to it.
The question that I have for you guys
It's
is when
smaller.
the DxO make those measurements, I mean, they are not subjective, correct? This is not I like this look. They probably have some way of measuring the sharpness in an analytical sort of way.
Oh yeah, it's a scientific approach.
Exactly.
It's not, and sometimes looking at it from a purely scientific viewpoint may not match up with how people feel about it in the real world when they have it in their hands. You know what I'm saying?
As long as the lens is sharp in the middle, I don't worry about the edges too much.
Scuba Rozzi joined us. Very good morning, everyone. Yeah, it must be, what is it, about 5:30 in the morning, maybe, where you are, Scuba Rozzi, something like that, I'm assuming.
We had to remind Kuwarasi that the photo sharing session coming in 2 weeks, so that he sent us some photos here.
Yes, I do. Let me, now that you mention that, let's get the business side out of the way here and remind everybody, 4 images maximum for October 7th. So far, I have counting 4 images from me, I've got 17 images so far. I want to get that up to 35 images at least. So I'm hoping everybody kind of gets on the ball here. There's no theme. I explained why I don't do a theme last week, and now I fully anticipate that some people are going to have the Halloween spirit in mind with Halloween coming up. So by all means, if you want to share ghost and goblin images and carved pumpkins and fall foliage and those types of shots, more power to you. But I just leave it generic so that people can share what they take, and I'm not boxing anybody in. But yeah, if people want to send in Hollywood Halloween themed images, which may be picked up by Hollywood, then feel free to do so, because it'll add more fun to the show. But 4 images by October. Send them to me no later than 12 noon Eastern Time, October 6th. JPEG files, reminder, 2048 pixels on the long side, because I won't kick your picture out if it's longer. I've gotten a lot of bigger files. I have enough hard drive room. I'm not worried about it. And I don't keep your photos. I don't sell them on the black market. I don't know if Chuck did or not. We always picked on him that he made money off our images, but I honestly don't think he ever did. We just did that to kind of needle him a little bit. But I definitely don't make any money off your images. I delete them all within 48 hours of the show being over. So you can come to my house and audit my computer if you wish to, if you don't believe me. You just have to pay for the airfare to get here.
I'll be there next week.
Yeah. Tim will be here next week, so he can perform an audit.
I'm gonna take off, guys.
Wayne,
It's at
thanks a
12
lot
o'clock
for your input.
You're welcome. Glad to be
Appreciate
with
it.
you guys.
See you, Wayne.
See you guys.
Have a good one.
All righty.
So on the issue of the Plena, the last thing, and maybe Roy can explain, or Jeff, you are technical on this thing as well. The only thing that we haven't discussed yet that have been mentioned is these defocus control lenses.
Oh, depth from defocus. Yeah, you used to have that. I'm sure Roy has one. I got the old. I got the old 135 with the depth from defocus control, and all that does is you initially pick your f-stop, that you pick your settings. You have a certain f-stop.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a certain range on the lens where certain f-stops, if you're at a certain f-stop, you can adjust the defocus in one direction or the other, so that you blur the background more, or you blur the foreground more. So you have an extra level of tweaking that you can do to that image. And
Pretty subtle, though.
I think it's kind of a cool thing to do, but I don't know that they're going to do that anymore. But that, maybe it's something like that. Maybe they're going to make it so you can do some more creative things with the lenses and slap a different name on it and charge you an extra $1,000. And I don't know. I don't know I don't really know what this Plena line is. I have no clue whatsoever.
But Roy, for somebody like you, was that feature useful?
I used it a few times, but the thing is, it's more fiddly than it's worth.
Okay.
The defocus was very subtle, and when you explain it to people, they think it's a softening.
Exactly.
You tell them about this lens, I think it's a softening feature. It's not. It's just throwing the background or foreground out of focus a little bit more than it would normally.
Yeah,
it was a nice effect, but probably a bit overrated.
Okay.
I can't see him doing it again.
Okay.
What else do I got here? Let me bring up my cheat sheet. I'm not going to put you on the spot tonight, Gustavo, and have you do a presentation or anything. I figured the ZF discussion would carry us for quite a long period of time, which it did. The Nikon Rumors put out a list of some lenses coming out for the Nikon Z bodies. You got Mikey, 3 Mikey lenses, the 85 f1.4 STM autofocus full frame lens, which is $199.95. Then there's a couple other lenses I could not find prices on at all, even from Mikey's site, which was a Mikey 55 millimeter f1.4 APS-C lens, a 50 millimeter 1.8 lens. Could not find prices on those. Then a company called, and this must be Chinese companies, I'm assuming, never heard of them before, Brighton Star, Brightin, Brighton
I've heard it
Star,
recently, yeah.
35 millimeter f0.95 APS-C lens. They also have an 11 millimeter f2.8 fisheye coming out, and a 9 millimeter f5.6 full frame non-fisheye lens. That could be kind of neat.
I like ultra wides.
They're coming out with what they call a drop-in filter mount adapter. Think of it as a lens adapter that you can put filters in. That's a better way to explain it. It's a PL mount to a Z mount, and it includes a clear filter and a variable ND filter that basically has a range of 1.5 to 9 stops for $250. So if you have PL type lenses, you could adapt them to put on your Z mount camera. And PL mount lenses, Roy, they're typically all cinema lenses, are they not?
They are, but most cinema lenses, Canon mount.
Yeah, remember last week we were talking about
who makes the PL mount. Is that a Sony mount or a Canon mount?
I don't do enough video to know.
Yeah.
I've just seen the lenses here and there. That's about all I know.
Yeah,
I'm not a video guy.
yeah. I pretend to be. I slept at a Holiday Inn last night.
Yeah. So the other thing that we were talking last week, remember we were commenting about the Chinese manufacturer producing long telephotos, and this week they announced that TT Artisan, I believe that Rakesh was mentioning the 500 millimeters 6.3,
Yeah.
$360.
Yep.
The problem with these Chinese lenses is the instruction sheet that you get with those lenses is minimal at best. And if you go online to try to get information, it's minimal at best. And you don't, like, I got the TT Artisan's lens. I have no idea, from what I tried to find out about that lens, I have no idea whether there's any way to there's no USB hookup on it or anything, so I don't know if there's really any way of them doing there's probably no upgrade to that lens because it's a manual focus lens. If it was an autofocus lens, I would expect it to have some kind of something that would change firmware within the lens. But
why would you need to upgrade it then?
Lens, it probably there is nothing, right? There's nothing
to upgrade anyway.
Nothing to upgrade. It's all mechanical. So, but they don't really give you a lot of good information on even the functionality of the lens. It's very it is about as basic as you could get.
Well, and the 500 is going to be manual too, so I suspect that will be similar. But I think it's the sign, the signals that they are getting into longer telephotos. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what is interesting to me. Obviously, I mean, I'm interested in autofocus, so I will not be in the market. But I welcome that they are getting those lenses.
Yeah, it's intriguing. I mean, it's just the beginning, right?
Exactly.
And no, I didn't do a lot of homework on Sony rumors or Fuji rumors like I have been doing the last couple of sessions because, like I said, I spent in a regular amount of time researching the ZF. Well, for personal reasons too, because I wanted to see if it was something I wanted to buy for myself, and as it turned out, I did put in an order for one. But on Sony Rumors, the only thing I picked up on there was they announced a new 960 and a 1920 gigabyte CFEB tough memory card. They both have read speeds of 1850 megabytes per second and write speeds of 1750 megabytes per second. But here's where people, as we always say, especially with Nikon, with the high frame rate, you need to know what the minimum write speed is, and each model has a minimum write speed of 400 megabytes per second. The cost is, hang on to your horses and have a stiff drink, $1,998 for the 1920 gigabyte
I'll
version,
take two.
and $998 for the 960 gigabyte version. So if you have money to burn, then go out and buy these suckers and make Sony a very rich company very fast. Or even richer than they already are. And Low Pro came out with a new Pro Trekker backpack, and I've bought a lot of Low Pro camera bags in my lifetime. They got a Pro Trekker backpack, all weather, version 2, 43-liter size. Obviously, not anything that you could put in the overhead compartment on an airplane. You're not going to get away with that. $550 basically for this camera bag. But if you need a gigantic camera bag and you're not using it for travel because you're not going to be able to get away with it, it's just for throw it in your car and shoot locally or what have you, or within the continental United States or what have you, then look into it. 43-liter size. Excuse me, $550. But
so another news and topic
Jeff.
is Adobe 2024 is now out, correct? Not in beta version.
a beta version?
Now it's not beta version. It's a current version, Adobe 2024. And that's good. I mean, all that new capabilities for making selections and removing things is available with the regular version of Adobe Photoshop. I think that is going to simplify a lot the workflow, correct? For sure, getting the old stick out. I think Jeff is a lot better now.
Yeah, I like I still use the Topaz denoise at times, but sometimes I use the denoise in Lightroom. It depends on the image. Certain images I might feel a little more comfortable using Topaz, but the file size difference is significantly lower with the denoise in the Adobe platform than it is once you go through Topaz. The file size of the end result file size is much bigger than if you do the denoise within Lightroom Classic itself. So if you have a shortage of memory space or hard drive space in your computer, you may want to lean more towards the denoise feature within Lightroom versus a third party, because the file sizes are smaller. But yeah, I mean, what Lightroom has bridged a gap quite a bit where Photoshop is. I never looked at Photoshop as being. Photoshop is so much more than a photo editing package. Because it's for advertising and stuff too. It's for
It's very powerful.
Yeah,
it is.
It goes well beyond photography. I mean, it's into, you're doing advertising stuff. You're doing multiple layers with different images and you're combining them together, and you got a layer of text and you got a layer of this and a layer of that. But if you're just talking strictly, I'm just doing photo editing, you could probably 90% of the time do what you need to do in Lightroom and occasionally have to use one or two functions within Photoshop once in a while. But Photoshop is super, super, super powerful. And I remember when you had to buy in the days where you had to buy the software in the store and put it in your computer. I mean, Roy, the packages were well over $1,000, weren't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were very, very expensive. Yeah.
At least you don't have to rely on the internet. It's terrible to be
exactly.
halfway through an image and have it drop.
Yeah. The talking about Photoshop, I don't know if you guys know, but starting in November, all the AI features, the generative AI features, are going to cost extra. So in order to use that, you're going to have to buy credits. I don't remember how many credits you actually need, but I know that that obviously the more you use it, the more credits you're going to need. So they're totally changing their subscription model for that, and they're also raising the price of Creative Cloud as it is. So
Time to learn a new program.
a little disappointed with that. So,
but there is no increase on the typical. My subscription is only for Photoshop and our camera from Lightroom. That one they are keeping the same price. I understand.
okay, yeah, because I have them all. I have the whole Creative Cloud package.
Yeah. The Creative Cloud is the one that is going up.
Yeah.
And definitely those AI features for adding what is it called? Created. We have my notes here.
Generative AI.
Field.
Yeah.
Exactly. Those are going to be indeed so that you have to pay a little bit of money, but not for removal. The removal generative fill, which is using the same image, to remove a tweak or something like that, which is what I use. That you don't have to pay extra.
No, that's not AI. That was always in there. Well, not always, but
yeah.
So it's interesting, but certainly the update came for Adobe 2025. I think it's 5 days ago, 6 days ago, and they gave you the option to stay with Adobe 2024, a new version, or migrating completely. First was confusing, correct? Because there was one module for Adobe Camera Raw, but then two modules to be updated for Photoshop. So they said, let me pick the 2025, and that's what I'm using now. I did some editing today, and it looks to me that certainly the type of editing that I do, which is, making the image cleaner by removing a twig or cloning a little bit of a bush that I don't like the position, all those things to work a little bit better. So I think it's good. It's going to make editing your photos a lot easier. Which is what we want, correct? And typically, in my style of photography, I'm more for taking things out than actually putting anything in.
Right. Yeah. Same.
Yeah, I don't do. I mean, just me. I don't do fake skies.
Exactly.
I don't do fake skies, and I know a million people that do fake skies. I mean, they'll say, "Look, I'm selling my images. I don't want just a plain blue sky. I don't want a plain gray sky. I substitute the skies all the time." And that's fine. And hey, that's fine. You're selling the image, and people don't know how you made it. They don't know whether that was the real sky or not. And the only time you get in any kind of a situation with that is if you're entering it in a photo contest. They're not going to let you do that. They're going to limit what mods you did to the picture to enter in a photo contest. But when it comes to creating, to me, when you go to that level and you start doing that, now it's more like it's your artistic impression of a photo image. It's not representative of the actual photo image. It's your artistic impression of that photographic image. and that's okay. And that's okay. But I try to I'm old fashioned. I just try to show it as I see it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'll adjust shadows and highlights and blacks and whites and add a little saturation here or there, or clarity or dehazing or something like that. But I'm not like completely changing the image. I'm basically compensating for the limits of maybe the dynamic range of the sensor or something like that, and trying to make it look how I actually saw it. But
Oh, there is
everybody has their own thing, and there's no right or wrong to it.
no, but there exactly is whatever you want to do. But certainly in nature photography, there is a element of integrity that has to come with representation of the natural world. Correct.
Yeah.
So that's what I say. Subtracting something, I don't mind. Adding something like that's where I personally draw the line with regard to what is allowed for me to do. Correct.
Yeah.
So, but Escubarasi made a good point here, Jeff, that he tried this the Firefly, which is the generative fill, trying to remove some people, and then he got something out of it.
Well, there's some times where I might want to remove people in real life, but software doesn't seem to do it.
Exactly.
I'd pay extra for those credits.
Yeah. Can I get it where I show a picture of somebody and just I erase someone off the picture and they kind of go away?
Getting back to the lenses, did you see anything about the Sigma I series coming out for the Z mount? I saw, I don't know if it was a fake photo, but I saw somewhere this week that somebody had it looked like a Sigma ad for the I series, which are the compact primes. Are coming out with 9 of them. They were coming out for Z mount as well. I don't know if anybody else has seen that or heard that.
No, I did not. But then I was lax this week in terms of looking at a lot of different feeds. So that's my shame on me. Shame on me moment.
Probably good to have a break.
You were researching the ZF.
I was researching the ZF. I got that was 3 days of
You did a lot of work.
3 days of craziness on that. And hopefully I didn't put anybody into a deep sleep and their spouse can't wake them up right now. Rakesh is saying, I guess this might be in regards to what you were talking about, Tim. Was that on Nikon Rumors?
Yeah, it might have been there. I did some Googling as well. I didn't come up with anything.
This Plena lens is bothering me. I don't like not knowing what it is.
This is funny. But on so long, the tropical storms passed his house. Well, we'll try to stay on long enough for the sun to come out for you.
Winter will be here soon.
Yeah. We'll stay on until it snows in your backyard.
I want to see snow.
Oh, you want to see snow?
Yeah, I haven't seen snow since I was a kid.
Oh man, I saw so much snow in my lifetime. I don't know if. Well, you know what? It's funny when you're a kid, you love snow because you got no responsibilities, and you're a little kid. It's like, oh, I'm sledding, I'm having fun, I'm having snowball fights. Everything is all good. I'm making snow forts. Everybody's having a fun time making a snowman in the yard and all that kind of stuff. But then when you hit that age where you're old enough to pick up a shovel and you got to start doing the driveway for your dad, and then you get older, now you have your own house to take care of. All of a sudden, you don't like snow anymore. if I had someone to do all that for me, I guess I wouldn't mind living in Vermont or New Hampshire or something. And as long as I didn't have to deal with the snow, I had
No, a
someone.
snow day for you.
Yeah, well, I guess when you're retired, if you as long as you have enough food in the house, you wait for it to melt, right?
Exactly.
And Woody's telling Roy, move to the Virginia mountains. You'll have enough snow to last a while.
It did snow here on some of the very high mountains, but yeah, I don't think it's very much snow. Wouldn't be snow like you're used to.
The problem is when you get snow in places that they are not used to, right? Like sometimes I have seen snow in Louisiana or snow in Texas, and it create a big hullabaloo, right?
I got to grab another water, guys. So I'll let you guys try to keep things going. I got a tickle in my throat.
My keyboard's on its last legs. If I can't find another one I like, I might have to go up to the garage and nick one off the file server.
Yeah,
Roy, you really hated the old Apple Extended 2?
Yeah, they're too soft. I know they're
one of my
faster to have
favorite
a
keyboards.
soft touch.
Yeah.
Faster to be soft touch, but sometimes you're so tired, you're working with a keyboard, you have to have some feedback. When I was a programmer, it used to drive me mad, those soft touch ones. I like the clickety ones, the L types and M types.
Yeah, I like those too. If they're coming back, there's a lot of keyboards now.
A couple in the garage on the file server, so I'll just borrow them. No Windows button, that's all. Thank goodness.
So Tim, the light cam on the Allen Hummingbird, that was good, man. It was good.
Yeah, that Hummingbird, that one feeder, that first feeder I put up, he just will not leave it alone. He's there all day long.
Belongs to him.
Yep, absolutely does. I put the second one up today, and actually what I did was the second one I got was blue. It's a different color.
Okay.
So I put the new one where the old one was, and then I put the old one in another area, thinking that maybe the birds would have a better chance of spotting it because it's been up for a week or so. And he's still guarding he's guarding the new one, the blue one now, and the red one I haven't gotten any action on. I had one bird come close to it, but I think they're a little skittish. So in a couple of days, I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Yeah,
but far enough apart to attract different birds, or
it's about 15 feet away. I think it's.
Oh, should be.
And there's trees in the way, so.
But no, you have. I mean, the fact that he's guarding it and he's a male, and it's nice colors, so it's good opportunities you have. I think it was funny. You say a team is trying to distract from what Jeff is saying because I'm trying to listen to Jeff and looking at what the bird is doing. But no, that's and you're shooting with the 400 f f 4.5 through a window.
No, I opened the window.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
because windows are terrible, correct?
Yeah.
Horrible. You cannot shoot through those. But good, Mr. Jeff.
So these are the hummingbird shots that I hate to take. I hate taking hummingbirds on a feeder, but that's all I've seen lately. So this was one that I got the other day. And I guess as much as the hummingbird, what I like is that there's nothing left in the tank here. You can see all the sugar water stuck to the glass, but there's nothing left.
There could be though. There could be because there's a receptacle on the bottom underneath those flowers there with it.
Yeah. There's a little bit in that cavity in here, but there's nothing left in the glass.
And in a bigger feeder.
But this was at the park, so they're not good at either replacing bird food when it runs out. Sometimes there's no bird food in the feeders for 3 or 4 days. They're not good at keeping that up, and they're not good at keeping these things full either. So that's the that's another pet peeve of mine of many that I have.
No, but that
You're making a list, aren't you?
but Jeff, you told me that gardens, the gardens that you visit close to the Huntington Beach Park,
Magnolia.
yeah, Magnolia Garden. If they have it there, you should have it in your house. I don't think it's. I mean, they follow a route, correct?
Well, there's no. I don't even know if it's a. I'm almost thinking it must be a rule with our HOA or something, because there is not one house. There's 600 houses in here where I live, and I have not seen one house with any kind of bird feeder at all.
Oh, okay.
And I know you're not allowed to feed. There's a problem where people have been feeding the geese.
Okay.
And because they've been feeding the geese, next year they are going to, after the geese have their young, they're going to remove the geese. And then I had a neighbor tell me that someone else lived in another community, and she witnessed how they moved the geese, and they basically snapped the geese's neck and threw him in the truck.
Jesus Christ.
So I am planning on my next attempt at wildlife preservation is to try to confirm that they are literally moving the birds next year and not killing the birds next year. And my argument would be is give it one more year and fine the heck out of the people that are feeding the birds when it's against the rule, feeding the geese when it's against the rules, and make it clear to them, we're going to fine you, because what's going to happen is if you keep feeding the birds next year, they're all going to get killed.
Yeah,
and maybe then they'll stop feeding the birds. But unfortunately,
Jeff, you're referring to Canada geese, correct?
Yes,
they eat grass. It's a bigger issue for golf courses. So yes, I mean they can. If people give them food, they probably attract them. But it's just regular grass that they eat. So
yeah,
looks like Jim's taking off. Take care, Jim.
Have a good one. So that'll be my next thing. But the where I ended up with the my documentary or whatever you want to call it. I did one last year about the fish kill at the park. I did one this year about the fish kill at the park. I showed some more images in the last video that I put out. And I did contact a newspaper. I did contact the local TV station.
Okay.
And I wrote to them, and they got back in touch with me, and they seemed to be interested in the issue. They asked me questions. They wanted to come out and interview me. And they asked me what days I would be available this past week. I gave them the days. I haven't heard back from them, so I don't know if they decided that they don't want to have any negative press for a tourist area and affect the revenue at the park, and decided not to investigate. Because it was the investigative part of the newspaper. They may have decided they don't want to investigate it. They don't want to show anything down here in a bad light, and they chose to drop it. Or potentially they could be doing some research first before they talk to me. I'm not going to say I'm 100% sure they're not going to talk to me, but they specifically asked me what days I was available last week, and I gave it to them, and I never heard from anybody again.
Well, wait.
So I don't know.
The question, Jeff, is that you're going to plug in your YouTube channel.
I actually went to, and you wonder, like, why I'm so busy, because I'm a fool and I make myself too busy. So I
No.
go and I put my two videos
Very good.
from the one I just did, the one from last year, and still images from 2022 and still images from 2023 are on this thumb drive with a copyright,
Beautiful.
the label with copyright information on it. Plus, if they showed up, they would get this. Plus, pages and pages and pages of research.
Perfect.
But if they don't get back in touch with me, there's nothing I can do. I've done everything I can do. There's nothing left for me to do. I can't. There's nothing left I can do.
My friend Jeff, persistent, and you are persistent. So if they don't listen this year, if there is another kill, you
I will
contact them.
document it again next year. I will add more files to the.
But that's great, Jeff.
I mean, maybe I got to find. I don't like politicians, but maybe I got to find a politician that has a soft spot
Agenda.
for wildlife, and send him some files to watch.
This is good. This is good, Jeff.
But I try.
Just keep adding keywords to your videos, and mention the news channel next, and say they didn't want to have anything to do with the story.
Oh yeah. The next thing you know, I start.
Don't follow that advice.
Next thing you know, I start getting white powder sent to me in envelopes in my mailbox.
That's talcum powder. You probably smell bad.
Well, that is probably very true, but
No, that's
I
good,
try to only smell bad in front of my wife.
That's good, Jeff.
Glad I'm not the only one with that problem.
No, that's very good. It's concerned citizen. You're doing the right thing. It may take a while, but it's I think you will get your answers. But that's good. I mean, the fact that they at least replied to you.
They replied to me within 24 hours of me contacting them on their webpage, which was impressive.
Next week's live stream is going to be sponsored by Gold Bond.
Yeah. Well, no, you know what? I'm not going to add to that because I don't want the show to go right down the toilet. No,
too late.
Yeah. So going back to that, so I actually, because I think Kuwarasi was mentioned that he liked that you put the video and we were discussing the responsibilities of nature photographers to act in conservation, correct? My next fight is a local fight. It's a localized fight. It had to do with the hunting of these deer, correct? Not that I'm against hunting the deer, is the hunting in a residential area, correct? That is, although the laws allow for that, these highly habituated animals, I don't think they have a fair chance. So I have been doing my research, Jeff. Before opening season here, I had to, I'm going to do it differently. I had to go with my video and my iPad to all my neighbors. I'm going to buy some no hunting signs to give it to them if they want it. Okay, explain what the situation is. So I'm doing to do the advocacy at the lower level, but locally here, because I don't want to have a repeat of what happened last year. With all the benefit that I got for my photos, I still don't want it, right? So,
yeah, it's like, well, I hear what you're saying. It's just like if I got, I certainly did not enjoy taking the photos that I took recently. That isn't how I want to depict nature. And that's absolutely not how I want to depict nature. I mean, it's because I'm depicting man's involvement in a negative way and how it affects nature, which it's an important thing to talk about. And it's an important thing to, I mean, hey, birds, the last time I checked, other than Big Bird on Sesame Street, birds don't talk. So they can't go to the park and complain, you know. So if you don't have humans that try to stand up for the animals and the wildlife, then they don't have anybody, you know. And I think we benefit getting personal gratification from the images we take, regardless of whether it's wildlife or people or what have you. And we should give back. We owe it to our subject matter to care about our subject matter.
Exactly.
Regardless of what it is, you know, if it's if we like doing landscapes, and we should care about whether people are littering all over the place, and we should try to do something about it. You know, pick your genre. There's something you can do to try to make things better.
Yeah. So I'm going to report back here how when it's going to go for me, or how well it's going to go for me when I start to talking to the neighbors, because I mean everybody can do whatever they like in the properties, correct? But certainly, let's see. I mean, I hope that there is a little bit of a alliance locally that 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 the hunting in the residential areas doesn't happen. It happens because it's highly habituated animals. It's I tell you I probably would share some of those photos on the photo review, which I haven't sent you yet. But the I went to it's actually a national forest, okay, well-known area for photographing bighorn sheep and mountain goats. So I have some good photos to illustrate the use of zoom. That's what I actually have for you for the October review. But one thing that bothers me a little, but is that you have in that state it's a national forest, which is also a park where people go and do hiking. There is already people, hunters, preparing for the opening of the season. Now there is a national forest, that's okay, all right. It's not a residential area, but that is actually killing all these habituated animals. Doesn't like doesn't like doesn't sound to me like be a fair hunting practices, right?
Yeah, I know when I lived in Connecticut, they would occasionally open the season early or something, if they had, like, if someone, I don't know who the someone is, Department of Environmental Protection or Fish and Game or whoever, has decided that the deer population has exploded too much and a lot of deer are going to starve because there's too many of them and there's not enough food, and then they may authorize a week or 2 weeks where hunters can go in and there's a limit, and they want to thin out the herds by X amount of deer. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be the experts, but you don't want to see animals suffer either. But in the old days, it was literally let nature be nature, and what would happen would happen. But the problem is we as human beings keep building houses in areas and cutting down forests and reducing their livable habitat. So we're contributing to the problem because they don't have places to hunt and get food because we keep knocking all the trees down,
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But I understand that because nature is not so natural after all, correct?
Not anymore.
Anymore.
We're changing nature to benefit us, or what we think is benefiting us.
So I understand that there is regulations and there is certain amount of management. Otherwise, there will be overpopulation. I understand all that. My pity here is with the residential area, and also hunting in areas where there is they are being promoted for wildlife viewing. Correct. So that is what I find is the incompatibility. If you want to hike 3 hours or 5 hours to get to a place to hunt uh, a, a, a a mountain goat, fantastic. It's tremendous sport, but not the habituated animal that is used to see people and used to be photographed. Correct. You actually are impeding the enjoyment of other people, correct? Because the animals are scared, correct? So anyway, one interesting topic, just closing here on the comments as well, which the issue that you were mentioning on feeders, correct? Actually, there is a lot of research on the impact of feeding birds with or not, correct? And particularly hummingbirds. And apparently, it doesn't change it changed their behavior. I mean, they get habituated, but it doesn't change the dynamics of the population in terms of the numbers, right? So people should not be afraid. Obviously, if they don't have local HMO regulations to to put feeders, okay? So, so I think I would encourage people to use feeders. We
Well,
need to help a little bit.
you have this issue too in the Bahamas and other places where people go on shark dives, and you have areas where these sharks have been hand fed for years, and so the people are sitting on the bottom of the ocean. You know, maybe they're 40 feet deep or 60 feet deep, sitting on the bottom, and they got the fish ball down there, and they're hand feeding the sharks, and they're swimming in between all the people, and they get pictures and they get all the excitement. But then they had a situation, I believe it was in the Bahamas, where due to storm activity, the that routine got broken up for a couple weeks because of the weather, and it was horrible for the sharks because they got so dependent on being hand fed that it resulted in a behavioral change that wasn't good, because then maybe when they did show up, they were very aggressive because they didn't eat for a couple weeks and people got hurt. So it's it's a very, very tricky subject to talk about. And
well, I would like to hear Scuarazzi's opinion on chumming. Correct. That I think it's particularly when you start dealing with predators, correct, that have natural aggression because they have to. That is a little bit more controversial, in my opinion, correct? All this is of chumming with blood or of fish oil to get that's again more borderline of what I consider acceptable here. But one thing, for instance, I think Sanji Pal here will tell you one of the biggest detriment for birds, and I think Horace was talking about kestrels in the UK. Uh, it had to do with access to mature trees with cavities, right? So even in our more manicured type of environment, because if a tree die, we cut it down. There is a tremendous competition for nesting holes, correct? So remember, I have been showing you some guys on pictures of the flickers, the northern flicker, correct? On the nest side. Well, I left that tree standing up and rotting, which my wife was not so happy with, but because they need the type of tree. And actually, here in Colorado, a lot of people complain because these woodpeckers, in particular, they have the ability to 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 make holes in your siding, correct?
yeah,
So a lot of people
I had that in Connecticut.
exactly. So a lot of people complain about having problem with woodpeckers and sidings, but it's because there is there is no sufficient mature decaying trees in then, let's say, nearby forests. Okay, so it's again, the balance is not correct.
Mhm.
Well, I know the park wants to the park wants to cut down a lot of the dead trees that are in the park, and the reason they're dead is because they've got a lot of trees that can't handle salt water. And when we get flooding, and when we get king tides or tropical storms that come through during a king tide, there's a lot of areas, woodland areas, that get saturated with salt water, and some of the trees can handle it, and a lot of the trees can't handle it. So over the years, they just die out, and they want to clear out some of these areas. And the thing is that those dead trees, in many cases, like you said, have turned into homes for certain types of birds.
Mm-hmm.
They've turned into places where ospreys like to. They fly out to the ocean, they get a fish, they go and they land on the dead tree, and they eat the fish on these dead trees.
That's true.
So these trees are supporting, even though they're dead, they're still supporting
A function.
wildlife. They're still supporting wildlife. So while they may not look pleasant to look at, if you just go and you clear cut them all,
Exactly.
you're affecting the habitat that these creatures are used to having, and you're going to they're either going to move to a different location, or some of them are they're going to die. They're not going to be able to adapt. So it's
Even the fallen trees are useful to animals.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
yeah.
Everything has a purpose in nature.
Mm.
So Tim, going back to your photography, correct? Correct. So now you have the choice there with the hummingbird. You can do eventually move the feeders to a place that you get good light, correct? And it's at the right distance to work with the lenses that you have, or experiment with some feeling flash photography in order that you can get all the beautiful colors out of those island hummingbirds.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about, setting up some lights. I'm going to wait a little while before I do that.
Oh,
I
yeah,
get,
yeah.
I get pretty good light where the feeders are now, so I'm not really worried about that. But I was losing light today. That's why it didn't look so good. But I was thinking about maybe setting up some flash.
You're going to have to turn into a auto capture expert.
Yeah,
Then
You
you
have
can
to
expand it out.
get it so when that hummingbird gets within so many feet or something, it triggers your camera to take pictures. You're gonna have to do the Gustavo tricks.
So easy. Yeah. But
yeah, I'll definitely experiment with that. I haven't even tried it yet.
yeah. So the question, Tim, is obviously those islands are residential in your area. I don't think they are going to migrate because of where you live. The question is when you get and I think Greg Wilson has some of those because he put them into his video, where you get some costas. Those are beautiful as well.
Yeah.
Right. But those you should be able to get. The more they get habituated, then you get more variety. You could have up to 7 different species in the area where you live. But the islands, these islands are beautiful. Right? Have you seen them already flashing those orange color in the gorgets?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Those are fantastic.
Do you are the other ones? Are they seasonal or year round?
So depend how close you are to the coast, but there are several that are resident because you're sufficient south there that they could stay the year round. But you should still see migrants coming up all the way because certainly the Rufus, which also passes through your area, remember they go through the west coast up all the way to Alaska, and I see them here when they come back. They migrate the other side of the Rockies, taking advantage of the high mountain meadows for flowers. Correct. So they migrate. The migration, spring migration, is north through California, but the fall migration comes on the other side of the Rockies.
I
Right.
got you.
So the next spring is going to be very interested to what you see there.
Okay. Yeah, I sent you that when I sent you that photo of the hummingbird the other day, and you came back and you're like, "Oh, that's an Allen's." I was surprised because I have a a guide of birds California, and it has the Allens and it had the Rufus, and it said they're really hard to identify between the two. But you sent me back that email with it, and you knew exactly what it was.
Exactly. It had to do with the amount of green in the back, and even
Stupid
the one
cat.
that you have today has a lot of green in the back.
Went nuts.
Okay, so that's the big difference.
That's a big difference. But
Okay.
when you have them both, then you will see the certain identification of the immatures and the females. That is really for the expert.
Okay.
But they also make slightly different noise. That's what that app that do that takes the recordings, and actually, Jeff, that takes a Fourier transform to convert it into a spectra, and the spectra is actually analyzed as an image, and that's what they recognize that song belongs to that particular species. From the mathematics and the engineering portion, it's fantastic.
Just the Scuba Razzi's bringing a point up that a lot of people that own Z8s wish they had the auto capture in it, and
Agree.
and I do not pretend to understand if Nikon's trying to have a delineation between the Z8 and Z9 with some firmware features or not, or whether they just haven't had the time to take the skin smoothing and some stuff that's in the Z8 and put it on the Z9, and then auto capture that's on the Z9 and put it in the Z8. I wish I understood what their mindset is in terms of whether they're going to try to keep those two cameras catching up with each other and then getting modified for the same things at the same time, or whether they're intentionally trying to say this one's got some features that one doesn't have, this one has some features the other guy doesn't have. I don't know. I don't know what they're. Be nice to interview someone from Nikon and ask these questions. Unfortunately, I'm not a big enough channel where I'm going to be able to draw anybody from Nikon to come on the show and talk to me, but it would be cool.
Yeah, but I think what we should do and we can do is to comment on the channel, like Rishi talk. Then you ask, hey, what happened with auto capture for the ZA? Okay? I think that they probably do read those comments. Jeff.
Well, the thing is, even if they know the answer, they are in a position where they got to be careful that they don't knock the company because they're working for the company.
Oh, I'm sure. But what you want is that for them to read the comments,
yeah.
So that eventually, because I agree with Kubarasi that that feature, the auto capture, should be. I would be very frustrated if I can only do it on the if I cannot do it with a C8. If I only have a C8, so they should bring that.
If I was a Sony user, and I'm not saying this to pick on Sony users, I would be very upset as a Sony user because Sony doesn't do firmware upgrades. And
Exactly.
my running joke is and it isn't really funny, but my running joke is if you want a firmware update on a Sony, you got to buy the next camera that comes out.
That's true.
That's what
and I mean, I think that is just stating a fact because they just as I've said several times on the show, I just feel that they have the mindset of a consumer electronics company, so they have a different way of doing business and a different way of handling the product. They are not a company that was established as an optics / camera company like Nikon is. So the mindset and the approach that you take to building your product and marketing your product is completely different between the two. Obviously, Sony can use their leverage to attract young people because they have other products that have nothing to do with photography that attract young people and give it name recognition, which they can then take advantage of when they come out with a camera, because the kids go, oh, yeah, I got a Sony PlayStation, or I got a Sony this, that, or the other, and the brand is in their head, so they go, oh, I'll just buy a Sony camera. I mean, that's the reality. I mean,
I
unfortunately,
put an 8.7, but it didn't work very well.
I mean.
But for sure, I mean, that's going to be interesting. I understand that they may want to have some initial features on the different models, but how much within the capabilities of the processor, everything will be normalized to that. For instance, C8 has some of the capabilities of the C9 or this new technology that is coming now in the CF that will migrate into the other products, right?
Well, and the thing is, just to be relevant in any business,
Has to evolve.
it has to evolve, even if sometimes the evolution may not really be necessary. You end up creating a market on a new feature that you now have to sell it as you really can't live without this type of thing. Because if you don't do that, sales just go flat,
Like
and you're
pixel
not.
shifting.
The only companies that can make money and not ever change anything is like an insurance company. Okay, an insurance company's got you by the whats. Okay, if you have a mortgage, you have to have homeowners insurance. They can raise that homeowners insurance policy. There are some controls at the state level that limits how much they can increase it, but basically they can increase your policy every year, add no value to it whatsoever, and increase the price every year, guarantee themselves a profit, and they don't make the product better. They just have you because you have to have the product. But when you're creating a consumer product, it's a whole different ballgame. If you don't make it better or an improvement, you're out of business. There's only a few niches where you could screw people every year after year, do nothing different, and make more money.
Exactly. No, I think Escobar made a point there, Jeff, saying that the an alternative could be that the firmware comes with some additional costs. Provided that cost is moderate, that's another business model, correct?
Well, the Nikon doing the firmware thing is one, it's genius, and two, it's almost a necessity, because if you don't have the manufacturing capability
Exactly
to create a lot of different models, how you stay relevant is you basically reinvent that camera that you bought 3 years ago by doing major changes with the firmware. Your customer's happy. They didn't have to run out and buy another camera, and you're not a company necessarily that's capable of putting out 4, 5, 6 models of camera every year. Okay, so it bridges that time frame between your release cycle when you can put out product, and it makes your customers happy, because they're like, oh, I feel like I got another camera for free. You did so much to the camera. I feel like in the past I would have had to buy two other cameras to get to that point.
Well,
But part of it's out of necessity.
oh, sure.
Due to the lower level ability of their manufacturing capability.
Well,
But
and you look at that graph, which I copy for us here for a future discussion, but that graph that Tom Hogan put with the releases of the C system, correct? Which I have it here in front of me. The slope of that is perfect, right? So like a 1.5 cameras per year. That's what Nikon have the capability to do, and that's why we, going back to our discussions earlier, that's why we know roughly, although the past is not a perfect prediction of the future, but there is some element on that past that allows to extrapolate, correct? That the Z6 III and the Z7 III should be coming around the corner because it matches that slope of the 1.5 camera per year, correct? Yeah, and that even during the pandemic, it didn't change that much. And the same for the lenses, correct? It was 7 lenses per year.
I remember the F3 was out for about 20 years before they updated it. Those times are definitely gone.
Yeah. But that was the Roy. I think this is what the Nikon planners were doing when they say we're going to move mirrorless. They set up what is our production capacity with all the gross different scenarios, and they say it's going to be this. That graph is, for me, pretty telling, and it matches the what we have been seeing, correct?
ZF looks a lot like a Z6 too, doesn't it? Parts wise.
Well, and you can see the anomaly of the Z30, correct, where it occur. But for me, that's why we're going to have these 2 lenses coming, correct? Whether they're called Plena or whatever they were going to call, but that's the ones that are in there. So that graph is a good graph.
It would be a pretty good circus trick if it is those 2 lenses coming out at the same time. That would be quite the power play if they do that.
Exactly.
But they got to. It's probably another year and a half before they'll have. Tim, you know better than me. You looked into it before. Did they say when the new plant in Japan was actually going to be operational?
Yeah, I think it's 2026.
2026.
Yeah.
And now, what were they? Did they say what they were going to make in that plant?
I think it's strictly glass.
Strictly glass. Okay.
Yeah.
And that was interesting too, Jeff, on that email that I sent you with that when they published the Fuji roadmap for the lenses, right? Wow, that looks almost like in style and everything like the Nikon roadmap, correct? So you can see they learn from each other.
Well, if one company sees another company's success, then right, it isn't what's the old saying? Some saying about copying somebody else is the best way is the best compliment.
Exactly.
Because obviously you're doing something right and everybody else recognizes it, so they want to copy what you're doing. I mean, I think Fuji has their medium format camera is definitely a wonderful piece of equipment.
Very good value.
And it is, as far as medium format goes, it is more affordable than the other option. Not necessarily 100% better, but it's at least a more affordable option. And I give them credit for doing that. I mean, they're willing to put out something that doesn't really have a huge demand. There is a very small market segment for that type of
medium format's dying. Full frame's killing it.
Yeah.
So I went back and I found that, and not to be confused with their new corporate offices in Tokyo, which opened in 2024. The glass factory is going to be opening in 2026, and it's going to be lenses for not only cameras but microscopes and binoculars and.
Yeah, I like putting a microscope lens on my camera. Looks really strange.
Do some macro.
Yeah, you go 10, 20 times macro with a microscope lens.
Yeah.
I think I'd freak out if I was taking pictures of amoebas and stuff. What's that worm-looking thing moving around on the slide I'm taking a picture of?
Hey, you're getting close that with a 2x magnification there, Mr. Jeff.
Yeah. Just don't use focus peaking.
Exactly. So Squaras is saying that he's going to try to shoot some Osprey as they're migrating.
The rare where he is, yeah. Yeah, Ospreys are they're, I mean, in terms of I mean, I love eagles. I love the look of an eagle. An eagle is a very it gives you a sense of pride to see an eagle, you know. I mean, it just has that look, you know. But in terms of capturing an eagle, getting a fish out of the water, and capturing an osprey, getting a fish out of the water, I'll pick the osprey any day of the week. The osprey has to work much harder to get the fish. It's much more exciting to try to capture it with your camera. The eagles are so good at getting fish. They just drag their talons across the top of the water, and a fish just magically appears in their claws. And it's like it seems like totally effortless for them to get a fish. And as cool as it is, if you can get a picture of one getting a fish, it's not anywhere near as exciting as seeing an osprey, you know, claws out, you know, body angled downwards, slam into the water, totally disappears, head pops up, water splashing around, and then it tries to fly out of the water with a fish that's way too big for it to eat, and try to get enough lift to get out of the water with a huge fish. I mean, that is so much more exciting than the eagle just coming down, doing rolling the claws like this, and it comes up with a fish and just takes off into the trees and it's gone.
It's the ospreys are obviously more specialized hunters of fish, correct? Compared with the bald eagles are a jack of all trades compared with an osprey.
Yeah, and then what's interesting is not to get on a negative tone here with the fish kill type of thing. There's only the only two things that have no problem eating fish when they're like that are the alligators and the wood storks.
Yeah.
There were two great blue herons that attempted to eat, that did eat some of the fish, but you could just tell they didn't want to. They did not want to. They, in many cases, if they see a dead fish, they'll poke it first, and if it doesn't move, if it moves, they'll eat it. If it doesn't move, they usually walk away and they don't eat it. But wood storks don't care. I mean, wood storks they're almost like I didn't realize they were quite like that. I mean, when I saw them doing what they're doing, I mean, it was like they're almost like a vulture, you know. They're just eating.
I told you that they are a lot of the family of the wood stork, the javarus in Africa, they compete with vultures, correct? So that group, they carry on regular. By the way, one interesting thing here for the ospreys, but also all the eagles. You know, sometimes if you look at Mark Smith videos, which are fantastic on the osprey, you realize that when an osprey catch something that is bigger that it can lift out of the water, correct? They have a lot of difficulty releasing the prey because the the one of the things that all these birds of prey have is their tendons, correct? They have like a ratchet system, correct? So when they don't have to keep force to keep the claws uh, engaged. They actually have to disengage the ratchet in order to release it, correct? So you can imagine it's a good adaptation for them to have that tendons that has that mechanical advantage of being able to close on something and don't have to keep the muscles engaged on all the time. But when they have to release it quick, they have to engage another muscle and it takes a while. So they are perfectly uh, mechanically built to ratchet in the nails into the fish, and that goes for most of the predators too.
Well, the wood storks are funny because if you, on the occasions where you have, let's say, 5 or 6 different species of birds, kind of like intermixed, with each other. If you have cormorants getting fish, and cormorants can eat an awful lot of fish. I mean, I've counted one single cormorant eat like 14 fish in front of me, and probably continued to eat more fish after I left. People get very nervous when large schools of cormorants show up in a ecosystem, because they can wipe out the fish population really, really fast, because I don't know how a bird can eat that many fish that are decent size, one after another, and fit it in their stomach. I don't know how they do it. I mean, they must have a great what do they call it, they got the part of their body that grinds up the food, the gizzard. They must have
Exactly.
one heck of an engine internally to swallow the fish and grind it up into fish pellets or something, and then eat another one and do the same thing. I mean, it's just incredible how much they can eat. But the wood storks are funny, because if a cormorant gets a fish near them, the wood storks will try to steal the fish from the cormorant. And that's the one thing enjoyable with bird photography, is seeing the pecking order on what birds steal from other birds. And there's always a bigger bird that is willing to steal your fish rather than catch one on their own. I mean, they're very, and sometimes it's more work for them to steal it than it is for them to get their own fish, which doesn't make any sense to me. Go get your own fish. It's easy. Like eagles will chase, and if an osprey flies by an area where there's an eagle, the eagle will chase the osprey, make the osprey drop the fish, and then the eagle will dive and try to get the fish before it hits the water. That's a heck of a lot more work than just going over the water, doing one of these, coming up with a fish and eating it. I don't understand. It's like a territorial thing, I guess, to say that I'm more important than you, and I'm going to let you know I'm in charge of this territory. And if you catch a fish within my boundary, I'm going to steal it from you because I'm the big kid on the block and you're not, and I'm going to take that fish. I mean, that's the only logical explanation I can come up with how these birds behave. Is it's all a territorial thing and and like a rating system. I'm better than you, therefore I steal from you, and then somebody else is better than that guy, so he steals from that one. And
Yeah, that's for sure. So Roy, you have to explain here what happened to you and the hipsters. They swap in and take your coffee from you.
They keep invading the coffee shops and drinking all the coffee.
You see, Roy has a problem with the same problem, but with coffee in Australia. That the hipster come
We love
fly
their
in
coffee.
and take the coffee from him.
Coffee shops are very important here.
yes, it's funny. Scuba Razzie says, "Am I the last one in the chat?" It almost looks that way, doesn't it?
Put all the rest to sleep.
I mean, we've got 23 people that supposedly are still here, but there's not very many people commenting.
Mm.
So Scubarazzi, I think in the Alps, that type is a type of vulture, but that's beautiful to the high Alps. These Lagersmeer, I don't know how you pronounce it. That's a beautiful subject for photography.
Any tips for shooting ospreys?
Oof.
Okay, if you're shooting them in the sky, you're going to have to overexpose your image by 1 to 1.5 stops. If you're trying to track a bird in a dive, this is where it gets messy. Is your exposure is going to change drastically from what you have it set to have it look good when it's in the sky versus when it's against the water. So if you have it set to where it looks good in the sky, it's going to come out. It's going to come out horrible when it's in the water. It's going to be typically it's going to be blown out. Okay, so sometimes you're better off deciding where pick what type of image you want to get at that moment in time. Either decide I'm going to set my exposure to track some of these birds in the sky and get some nice bird and flight shots in the sky, and then switch gears and say, okay, now I'm going to adjust my exposure so when the bird hits the water and comes up with a fish, I know that exposure is going to be correct. And then ignore it when it's in the sky and follow it when it comes down, but you're going to have your camera set up to give you the right exposure when it hits the water and comes out with the fish.
With 2 cameras.
You can't change your settings fast enough while you're following a bird that dives that quick to get the exposure right at both ends. It just isn't going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Yeah. One, you know what I need.
Yeah.
One, you have to widen your head so your eyes are farther apart. So you have one eye over here and one eye over here.
but it's as I said, we were discussing the other day. The Ospreys are tricky because it's very easy to overexpose the white parts, and then you lose all sort of details.
1/2500th of a second will normally cover you for the dive.
That's pretty slow.
Sometimes, yeah, but they're bigger birds, so they're not, if what do you call it, a sparrow, obviously, or a kingfisher. You're going to be a kingfisher. You might be shooting at 1/4500th or 1/5000th of a second when it's diving for a fish because they're that much faster. But the osprey, you could get away with a 2/2500th of a second most of the time, and it's going to come out just fine. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting subject, and to try to photograph. There's no doubt about it. And every bird, you have to approach it differently with different shutter speeds and different. It's just different. You try to get ask Gustavo. You try to get a barn swallow or a tree swallow that does not have a straight line flight path. Okay, if you're shooting an ibis or a great egret or a snowy egret or a great blue heron, they fly. You could follow them. They're just kind of going across. You could follow them. You can get the picture. You try getting a tree swallow. It's like, it's like you're gonna be an alcoholic before the day's over. Believe me.
Well, so it's almost like a law. The smaller the bird, the faster the shooting speed that you need to use. So the only thing with the hummingbirds is try to freeze their wing. I mean, 1/8000th of a second, and it's blurry, but you start seeing still some of the details. So when Tim starts experimenting with that, he will find that.
Can you use flash with a hummingbird, or is that too scary for him?
I haven't yet.
Yeah,
just flashes a bit faster than 0.008.
Yeah.
Yeah.
especially if you turn it down. Turn the flash down, it goes in faster.
They tend to be tolerant to, depending on the light conditions, correct? They tend to be tolerant to the flash. The only thing is, in using flash for hummingbirds, it's better not to use the TTL function. Use the TTL to set the exposure, but they put it in manual because the pre-flash, they are so fast in the reaction that they will react to the pre-flash and they will be bad on the
Turn it off.
on the photos. They can see the pre-flash. We cannot see it. They can. Right?
Yeah, and you only want to do fill flash anyway. So you're going to knock down the power. You're going to knock down the power settings on the flash in manual mode because you're only trying to give it that highlight in the eye or that little bit of shadow under the wing gets filled in, that type of thing.
Yeah. So there's some. I give you some tips of what I have been experimenting on that one too, but you still have to get them comfortable, habituated. So you're in the road there. But indeed, going back to this issue, the smaller the bird, the faster the speed. So an eagle, an osprey is, a crane, correct, or stork is a lot easier than a sparrow. So that's why for those smaller birds, you don't have to photograph them at the nest, but if you can photograph it when they are going to the nest, that's when you have success because there is a path that they take typically from a branch to the nest. And then you say, okay, going to follow that. That's when you capture them, or from the branch to the feeder, right?
Well, it's funny is that like a red-winged blackbird is not typically erratic in flight. It flies from one point to another point, and it's just like an arc or whatever, and it goes from one side of the pond to the other side of the pond or what have you. And that's a pretty small bird, and it's relatively fast. But when you get into the sparrows and you get into a kingfisher, the kingfishers, that those two particular types of birds just have a totally erratic flight pattern that drives your camera absolutely crazy and your ability to follow them. You're almost better off trying to do the full frame autofocus where it focuses on the closest thing and do it that way because 3D tracking on a bird like that is next to impossible.
Yeah, but I think with the other day, guys, so that we were talking on ourselves. We're going to put some segment here to show some tricks for how to achieve certain type of photography from the different perspective. So we may bring some of those features in the future because there is a lot of know-how in terms of how to set up the conditions so that you can be more successful with the birds. I remember Jeff mentioned at that time, Chuck actually have a good laugh when he was explaining, hey, if you see that bird poop, it's going to take off, so be ready with your
bird poop. Yeah,
exactly. So everybody that do wildlife photography knows that when they empty the ballast because it doesn't mean that they're going to fly, right? So you are ready, right?
Scuba Razzi's asking about how they hunt. The birds like to fly into the wind. So they're going to typically be flying into the wind. I'm not saying they never go the other way, but they tend to fly into the wind.
Certainly for takeoff and landing, that people that to do docks and that's the rule. You have to have the wing in your back if you want to get the birds coming onto you.
Yeah, they'll be flying towards you into the wind. They'll get the fish, and then once they get the fish, though, it's a crapshoot after that. Yes. They could go to the left, they can go to the right. They may turn around and fly with the wind against their back. but in terms of when they're actually coming in to get the food item and diving, they're typically going into the wind.
Yeah, it's all about aerodynamics and energy, correct?
Yeah.
They are more efficient flying on against the wind when they want to control.
Yeah, and an osprey is if it's an adult osprey versus a young, an adult osprey will kind of just fly around a little bit, and when it thinks it sees a potential spot, it'll stop almost like a kingfisher, and it'll flutter its wings, and it'll stay in one spot for a couple seconds, kind of like preparing to dive. And then once it's decided to make the dive and go for it, the adult ones will lower their claws, and they'll just arch their body down, and they'll just start going right down, and the claws will be out. The young osprey aren't smart enough yet to understand the whole landing gear type of thing with having the claws down and doing the fluttering part. They just fly around in circles and don't seem to know how to feed at all. And they do a lot of fake dives. They come down, they get near the water, and then they swoop back up and they get nothing. I'm surprised they don't all die from starvation, because they're very, very poor hunting skills with the young ones. The first year, it's like they didn't listen to mom. They were too busy playing with their siblings when they were young, and they didn't pay attention to mom when it came to learning how to get food, is what it seems like. But the behavior of a young one and the hunting style of an adult are two completely different things.
So I got a question for you on the ospreys, Mr. Jeff, because you mentioned that, wow, in one of your old videos, probably more than 2 years ago, that to differentiate the males and the females by the amount of brown they have in their chest.
Yeah.
Look at that. Gold Bond Osprey show. That's the promotion for this one. You're quick on this one, Mr. Tim.
Been using Photoshop for many years.
Oh,
So the question for you, just to finish that, and then we can go back to the Gold Bond commercial. the immature males and females, correct? When do they develop those different color patterns in their chest? Early on, or?
Oh boy,
I'm testing your verse.
Yeah, you're going beyond my menial skills of birds. I think it's pretty much in that first
Not me
year
freezing, is it?
with the ospreys. But the ospreys, they stink real bad. Their feet are bad. They got to use Gold Bond foot powder a lot because the fish run away from them because their feet stink so much. So I have seen them with the container of Gold Bond in the wild. It does happen. It's not like let's put it this way, like when the bald eagles, it takes like 5 years for them to get fully white.
That's right.
So that takes a long period of time from a juvie to the adult color scheme is roughly 5 years time frame, if I remember right. But the osprey is not 5 years. You'll see it probably in the first year, late in the first year. You'll be able to see the difference.
Yeah. The question for Tim is that has the Gold Bond, whoever manufactured that, has received all these lawsuits about talcum powder use?
Their stuff is really good. I've used Gold Bond for a lot of years. It's good stuff.
I made the mistake once of using the medicated Gold Bond for chafing.
Yeah, that's really
no, for chafing though. I was in the shower within 2 minutes, just in serious pain.
if you put the not to get, we're really going off topic, but if you put the Gold Bond medicated powder on you in certain areas where when you're wet, it hurts like heck.
Yeah, well, that's why I was chafing. You know, only make that mistake once in life.
So okay. So now if here for the geological segment of this tonight show here, you know that the talcum powder, correct, is a mineral, correct? It's an actual talcum mineral, correct?
Yeah.
And the talcum mineral is the family of the asbestos. It's in the same group of the asbestos. Okay? It's all these different mineral species, depending on how much they develop granular crystals or more needle type crystals. Okay, so I'm not surprising that they find out that the talcum powder can be sometimes bad. Correct?
Oh yeah, bad, really bad for your lungs. You shouldn't bring it in.
Exactly, because you're breathing all these. Now the older guys here remember, how we used
as opposed to who
talcum powder on the babies. Remember?
You'd squeeze the thing, and it was like smoke puffing out of it when you squeezed it, and then you're breathing it in like, you're like.
And you have to dig through it to find the baby.
That's why we all have are mentally unstable as we get older.
Yeah. Is that what it is?
But so the geological reason has to do with all these minerals are in the same family as asbestos. So asbestos is actually a type of the same group of minerals, correct? I mean, and the natural asbestos, it looks like regular, correct? So,
well, there is asbestos in most talcum powder.
Yeah. So it's just a
small
anyway.
Amount.
So I don't know whether certainly Johnson & Johnson is being sued a lot because of the use of talcum powder.
Yeah.
But I don't know who produces Gold Bond. Probably, I don't know whether it's Johnson & Johnson. They're not going to sponsor this video, Jeff.
Yeah, no. This show is sponsored by
M&M's.
I think psychiatrists.
Exactly. That's true. Jonathan made
we'll have at the end of the show. We have a home for you when you need it.
But you see, Jonathan made a good point that indeed, because of all these issues, then baby talcum powder or powder is now cornstarch. Okay.
It's all changed.
Yes.
But this is true too. Barber used to use it at the end of your haircut.
Exactly.
Back of your neck.
Or
you must have a good memory.
When they shaved you with the
razor,
single blade razor, they put the powder around your neck afterwards.
Yeah, for all the cuts, slap it right on there.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, we're definitely showing our age. There's nobody left in this 24 people that are lower than 50 years of age. I do not believe. I would say we're all.
Yes. Nikon users are a dying breed.
I wish we could get some younger people in here.
By the way, that's interesting. On this outing that I have, I did my first outing to Rocky Mountain National Park, and a couple of things that I observed, apart from the animals on the photographers, correct? Is there's still a lot of D850s in the wild. Still,
I've still got mine.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
I use it for things that the mirrorless can't do.
I know, but I would have thought now that you would start seeing more C9s and C8, correct? So when you see your fellow Nikon photographers, they're still hanging around with the A50s and the D500, so that means there is still growth opportunities for those. The other thing, Jeff, and that's what reminds me, it was interesting to see, among all the photographers, there were some younger photographers too. I mean, and I talk about 12, 13 years old, 14 years old, doing wildlife. And the reason why I was commenting to my wife that one, it was a younger lady, I think she probably was 12, that got complimented by another of the photographers, okay? Because and I got one for you, Tim, as well, because she has such a good etiquette. When she was going around the other photographers, she was going under the lens or behind them. When you have a bunch of photographers, there is some element of etiquette, certainly among wildlife photographers. You don't want to spook the animals for the others, okay? And so that was interesting for me to observe. And the other observation that I make, Mossman, that you will like, is there is a direct proportional law between the amount of camouflage and how much rubbish you talk. So the more camouflage you put on, the more garbage those photographers are talking about. So
trash talking goes up.
Exactly, goes proportional.
Well, I remember when last time I went to see Jeff, the person that was wearing head to toe in camo was standing next to a bird feeder in the park, photographing the birds at the bird feeder.
Exactly. So it always get me.
They do it to impress, to think they're impressive, but they're not. You have the person in the camo surrounded by 30 photographers wearing yellow shirts.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like, what is the point of you wearing camo when you're surrounded by everybody wearing whatever they want to wear? Doesn't make sense. It was like,
but remember,
one of those hides.
Remember our hobby here, photography in general, this testosterone driven, correct? So
Scubarazi's leaving. Have a good one.
Finally, Scubarazi got rid of sick and tired of what we talk about.
Good. Hey, good luck getting some Osprey shots. I hope you have good luck getting the Osprey shots.
So
Osprey?
Next time I go to this big gathering of photographers, are going to take a photo of the group so that you can identify the camouflage.
Okay.
So and maybe they're so good we say I don't see anybody.
But I tell you one thing. You know who don't use camouflage? Female photographers. You can never get a female wearing camouflage, and they are as good wildlife photographers as any man, right? But they don't wear camouflage.
Oh, well, I have an exception to the rule.
Oh.
One day I was at a park and I knew where there was a nesting, I'm trying to think, a nesting red-tailed hawk. And this was not at Huntington Beach. This was at Brook Green Gardens. There's bodies of waters there as well. And there was a nesting red-tailed hawk. So I knew where it was. So I start walking, around this row of trees, and I pause for a second, and I see this lump on the grass, and it's like a camouflage blanket, and I could tell, it's a camouflage blanket, and there's somebody underneath it. So I had to go by the person. So I said, I know you're a human being underneath that camouflage, and I'm just letting you know, not to scare you, that I'm going to walk around you, just so you know. And it happened to be a female photographer. She lifted it up, and we talked for a while. But I laughed. It's like same thing. Eventually, you had 6 photographers there, and she was the only one in camouflage, and she was like, the lens was poking out from the blanket, and she's all covered up with the camouflage, and doesn't do you any good when no one else is using it,
No, but I tell you what my issue, correct? So these guys were fully camouflaged, and they were talking because I photographed this and I photographed, and I'm trying to get the bugling of the in the video, and the only thing I get is these two guys talking. So I told my wife, "Come on, guys, it's we wildlife photographers are a wild bunch. I tell you one thing. There's a lot of trash talking too among photographers, as you probably know.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that you brought that up about the camouflage, because when I interviewed Christy Odom at the
Yes.
Z8 event on Vahagen's channel, I asked her about camouflage, and she never wears it. Never wears it.
Exactly. She's a female photographer.
If you're wearing, as long as you're not wearing like psychedelic clothing, you know, it's not an issue. It's not a big deal. If you're wearing a pair of jeans and a brown shirt or a darker shirt, you're fine. You're fine. You know.
So Mossman here, Tim, he got Roy trying to outdo you on the camera.
I see that. It's dark here. Maybe I can set up
where the camera is aimed.
a back cam or something.
So he's photographing his magpies.
Magpies.
No, they are magpies.
Yeah.
Australian magpies.
They're related to crows, I assume, right?
I think so too. They
They're
are,
loud birds, very loud.
but they are very different to the European and the. Look at all the trouble they create.
Okay, which
Yeah,
camera's on?
Magpies steal everything.
Okay, what camera have I got on?
We were watching at the.
Someone called a Z8 a potato.
So are they eating dog food, Troy?
Yeah, just mincemeat.
Look at that.
They're not.
Oh,
They're not related to crows. They're about
that's
the
a
same
regular
size.
crow.
Yeah, they're kind of
Exactly, yeah.
they're very much like a crow, but with obviously the black and white color. I could see where they would be a pain in the neck, though, to deal with.
They've got no fear of people.
Yeah.
That's just where the camera was aimed. When I turned the other one off, that came on.
They're beautiful, Troy. You need to make take some good photos and a nice background and nice perch.
Hmm. They're not related to European or American magpies. They're totally.
Oh.
They're just the same color.
Yes,
They're magpies only by color.
yes.
Anyway, where's the other camera? That's just where the camera was aimed.
So I'm going to ask you guys, just to throw it out there. What camera related purchases do you, since we're nearing the end of the year, let's just say, what camera purchases are in your mind for 2024? What do you think that you may acquire, or what do you want to acquire for 2024?
I'm trying not to buy the ZF. It's got the wrong card slot.
Well, I got 2 lenses coming this year, so that's probably going to be it for this year. So next year, probably get the ZF next year. I don't know what else.
I might replace my Z6 with a ZF. About time.
Fell saying 85 1.2 and a ZF. Jonathan De La Rose is asking Gustavo if he has a YouTube channel.
No, I don't. But I will eventually.
No, Gustavo, if you're smart, don't do it.
Yeah, but I'm not smart.
Don't do it.
Don't
Don't go down that road that I'm on. Don't
But
go
It
Well,
never
down.
ends, does it?
Yeah,
It's
I
a
need
long,
to share
very
with you
expensive
guys.
road.
I'm waiting for Roy to get out one of those old wrist slingshots that they used to sell.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
and take out that bird.
All the crows are a real pain.
Yeah. No,
But,
that's no. For me, I think I wait until the next generation of camera. I will be seeing what the Z6 III probably will not, but the Z7 III, correct? What happened? And I still have my heart on the 600 F40C. You know, I'm still, I still in the waiting list for that one.
see,
But
that's not a question of heart; it's a question of money.
You mean this thing?
yeah, no, but but I had to get. You see, I have made my plan of all the stuff that I need to sell and how much I put in top of that. So I get a plan for that one because you know that is kind of my thing, correct?
Yeah.
But I'm not desperate, correct? So I'm not at this moment. That's what I'm okay with what I have. I actually what I have thanks to Tim to large degree, it's working fine. I actually what I would like to do is more travel so that I can put those cameras into good use. So for me, it's more travel, trying to go to the places where I can use the equipment that I have. But this C7 II, if it comes with new features and high megapixel, because I do like high megapixels to be able to crop, that make 10 people. So I'm okay for the time being. It's good to be in the position that you're not desperate to move on and waiting for something.
We got
like more megapixels, but not
Andre.
the crop.
We got Andre here now on the show. We're getting into that favorable time zone
Malta.
for those who are waking up early over in the European market. So welcome, Andre, and yes, I joined you on that. I pre-ordered one as well. So
Looks really good value, doesn't it?
it's for the money. I mean, I just like I said, for the most part, it outperforms the Z6 II, which has gone down in price. So it's basically the same price as the Z6 II, but it's better. But it's also in many ways even better than, with the exception of the resolution. It has a lot of features that are better than what's in the Z7 II as well.
I think the VR would probably be about the only thing I'd be interested. The 8 stops.
Yeah,
big feature.
8 stops with a low noise sensor on top of it.
And
you're going to be able to shoot,
sensitive.
you'll be able to shoot at 1/15 of a second probably and not even worry about it.
That's what's attractive about it.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what Matt Irwin did a lot of. He took a lot of those. He always likes to take pictures at night. The street scenes at night. He was shooting 1/15 of a second, 1/8 of a second. Low. Low ISO. He was really pushing it, and he got good results with it.
For you, Jeff, it makes sense because you are with the C9. The C8, the CF is a good travel, occasional. It's like the C8. I find you can use it for, it's certainly more practical for street photography and that kind of thing. Maybe not as good as the CF in that respect, but having a smaller camera goes a long way.
Well, it's nice. It's nice that if you're doing street photography, that you're not carrying around a $7,000 worth of camera equipment.
They always carry a lot more.
It's a lot nicer if you're just walking around with something that's worth half as much as that other stuff.
By the way, this is small rig grip, but it's nice.
I will buy the small rig grip once once I see it somewhere to buy it, I will buy it
They're
because
bundling it here, sir.
So the question is, would they come also in different colors?
The grips?
Yeah.
no,
I don't think so because
No.
they didn't for the ZFC.
Yeah,
Just had the one
they
color.
won't match the grip with the
Leatherette.
your color choice of your body.
Okay.
So you're gonna have a black grip on an orange body or a black grip on a green body.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
there
only
it is
skinny,
for the ZFC. It's basically it'll end up being pretty much the same thing.
Well,
Well,
and the good thing they did is that it functions also as an Arca Swiss.
Right.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
rattle can them. Spray them with a rattle can.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think there's a hole in there that you can open up a beer bottle with it too.
Mm.
I didn't get that version.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should write to Small Ray and say, hey, can you make it so I could take it off the camera if I gotta open up a beer bottle?
I got a pair of flip flops that have beer openers on the bottom.
Hey, California flip flops.
Actually, I got these in North Carolina.
Oh, okay. Not a dude flip flops.
I think they're Reef brand.
Okay. But indeed, I think.
Did you say Reef brand or Reefer brand?
Reef brand.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
But certainly you can see that going back here that Nikon is working with small rig because they basically gave them the parameters so that this could be designed ahead of the launch. Correct?
I think they're bundling the small rig thing in Europe and in Australia.
Exactly. Which makes sense, correct?
A freebie.
Not in the US though. Yeah.
Randall, it sounds like Randall's getting 3. I don't know if he's serious. The blue, red, and the black.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I mean,
Looks a really interesting camera for the money. It's very tempting.
Yeah, it's
I had 2 recalls on the Z8, so I'm waiting to see what happens with the ZF first.
I already bought I just got it today. I already bought an extra ENEL 15C battery, and I bought a 128 gigabyte micro SD card, and I'm going to take my 128 gigabyte SD card out of my D850 and put it in the ZF because I'm not using my D850 right now, so I don't have to buy any cards. And for what I'll be using it for, I don't need more than 128 gigabytes anyway. That'll be more than enough.
I'm about the same.
More than enough. But yeah, I just I mean, it's just like when I look at how you get I don't know if I want to use the term nitpicked, but and I'm not to pick on Leica, which I sometimes tend to do, but to me, people buy not only do they buy a grip that goes around the front, they buy the thumb rest that goes on the back that slides into the hot shoe, which I don't think I really don't want to have something that I'm putting pressure on slid into my hot shoe. And those things, those anodized aluminum thumb rest thing is hundreds of dollars for that. And so it kind of irked me that okay, here's Nikon on two different camera models now, the ZFC and in this case the ZF, where they're actually promoting a third party grip to put on the camera.
I wish all the Nikons had that.
Why didn't you make the grip that way to begin with? Why didn't
I'd like all the Nikons to have that base part where it fits Arca Swiss. That'd be wonderful.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't
could build that into the camera.
Build it into the camera. People don't want to have, they want it integral to the body. They don't want to have to do add-ons.
Although in the case of these retro-looking cameras, I think you could make the other argument, right? Which is make it truly retro and make it flat with no bump, no nothing.
Yeah, well, that would be that would be truly retro with no bump.
That's what the ZFC is. It is flat. completely correct.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think they probably had to do that for the battery, right?
I think so. The
Yeah.
batteries and the card.
Well, yeah, they put the bigger battery in that yeah, for the battery for the most part, but I was kind of surprised. Not that I'm a big proponent of the CFE-A card that Sony uses, but you would have been nice if you put a CFE-A and an SD card in the ZF, because the A is a smaller card than the B, and you would still get still be pretty decent with buffer speeds and stuff like that, and you would save size. You put a CFE-A card in it and put an SD card in it. Would have been, to me, a nice compromise, although people would find it weird that your Nikon's going with a CFE-A card. But then again,
the A's are more expensive.
XQD is faster than SD.
Yeah.
XQD is still faster than any SD card. They could have put that in instead of the two cards. More reliable too.
Yeah, it was all about size, I guess.
Usually is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's funny too that they don't. Like I said, I find it weird, and I didn't even think about that until today when I'm like, it's weird that you don't have the 10-pin connector on these cameras so that you can use a wireless
Different market.
A wireless remote.
I'd love it, but I think it's a different market.
They're
Like
trying to get
USB
you to. We'll see if Nikon comes out with an old style mechanical cable release. I'm sure they're going to have to. They got the threads on the
I've
button.
still got about a dozen of them.
No. But they also don't have the flash sync connection.
Port, yeah, the PC port.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's been something that they put on a lot of cameras more just for force of habit and legacy than need.
I can live without that.
Yeah, I think most people could do without that.
And is it the C8 and the C9?
Yeah, but they're full cameras. They have everything. The 10-pin port's lovely on the Z9 and Z8.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I like the battery on the Z9 that goes in the side too. Much quicker.
Yeah, for this, for the cable release that actually are cables, right? Like the one that is going to function with this. Right? I actually, when you were mentioning that, I say, hey, let me see if I can find it, but I'm not as organized as Roy. I have, of course, I like remote camera, correct? So I have one cable release that function with a pump, correct? That you could deploy 10 feet apart. So
well, I think Roy's one of those unique people that
have it and can find
that could have stuff in like 4 piles, and you say, "Get me this," and he would know exactly how far deep he has to go into the pile to find it, and he would find it.
I don't like piles. I like shelves.
Yeah, it was like
I might have a problem.
Yeah. So my status, I have it, but I can't find it. So
I know exactly where mine are. I know what shelf and what spot. There's a box of them.
Exactly.
I haven't used them in years.
But it was going back to the CF. It was interesting that they came back to use that old-fashioned. I think that again that was mechanical, correct?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Just a bit of wire going down a tube.
Yep.
With a plunger on the end.
Yeah, he had the little. It almost looked
plunger.
like it looked like a control for an HO card set for your speed control for your HO cars.
Exactly. and the ball mode, remember, was that little knot that you could keep the shutter open, but you can screw the knot.
Yeah, it had a little screw so that yeah. Built into the cable. Yeah.
And certainly for the people that are kind of hyperactive, was good to have one of those, and you were going like this all day.
Well, you used it to lock it for time exposures.
Exactly, the bulb mode.
Yeah, the bulb mode. Yeah, you sit there and go, okay, push it, tighten it up, Look at your watch. Da-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Unscrew it. Okay.
But the fact that they put that one, that tells me, wow, they are committed to make it traditional, correct, or an homage to the old cameras. Because
Well, did that show up in their accessory listing for the ZF? Did you see anything? Now you're going to make me look. Now you know.
I didn't notice that, and I looked it over yesterday.
Just doing over here.
Look, here we go.
You mean these things?
Yep.
Exactly. Look at those.
Where is it?
Where are we? Where's the camera gone?
Well, you're pretty
got
big.
bigger
Right?
one.
You're bigger.
Got a bigger one.
There you go.
So anyway,
Have it, can't
Yeah.
find it. That's my motto.
Yeah. The metal snake. The metal
Yeah.
snake.
I was used to
What's
steal my
that?
dad's when I was a kid, and my brother and I would play with them, pretend we were giving each other shots.
they worked in their time. They did the job. Yeah, they'll probably do it again.
Yeah, I'm the older of my family, Tim, and my younger brother and sister used to complain to my mom, "Hey, Mom, Gustavo's experimenting on us again." So I probably did that, but probably attach a needle at the end as well.
Yeah, they do not show a cable release under their accessories.
But they have this other thing, correct? Like something that you screw up in
It
top.
looks like the F3.
They just have the little soft shutter release that screws into the top of the. And I don't even get that. What that really
What
does
is that for?
for you? I don't
Just
know.
a button. I mean, it's just
It's
another.
a button on top of a button. I never understood that.
Is that for the person that I challenge on the?
Well, I think it supposedly makes it smoother so you don't move the camera.
Oh, okay.
It's like, I don't know. I mean,
Also got that grip.
Yeah.
So which one is that one, Roy?
That's the DF.
the
That's
ZF.
got the screw-in
okay.
button too.
Yeah.
So probably the same as that.
That's what that soft shutter release was made for. It's the same one as the
Yeah.
DF.
Exactly. So that's what I was asking the question, Jeff, because I thought it would have been neat. Is that if you use a wheel, those other in the top start turning the same way.
Haven't used this for a while. Time to use it again. Very similar. Very ZFE.
ZFE, yeah.
Except bigger.
Yes, it is.
But I can see there is a element
resemblance.
of I think not nostalgia, but actually kind of being the opportunity to dial your ISO and dial your speed and dial that there is some elements of almost romance with your camera to do that. It's just that I don't have that.
It makes it fun.
Exactly.
You know, you have a fun factor with it that you and you have something that doesn't look like everybody else's camera.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, every car for a while, every car looked like a Honda Accord, right? Every brand tried to make a car that looked like a Honda Accord because it sold so well. And after a while, it's like, all the cars look the same. How do I tell the difference?
Accessorizing.
So yeah, so it's kind of like, okay, you get a camera like this, and it stands out in a good way, and people and it makes you feel good. You have fun with it, you know, and you take your, you know, you're not in a hurry when you're doing street photography. You're sitting there thinking about composition and what you want to show in the image, and you're taking your time, and you know, it doesn't really take you seriously that much more time to set it up than a Z8 would. You know, a little bit more time, but not significant.
No, for sure.
The building isn't going to grow legs and walk away on you when you're doing architectural photography or street photography. So it's like, sit there and enjoy it and have a little fun
Oh,
with it
for
and
sure.
say, yeah, this is fun turning this dial like I did when I was 18 years old.
Too much work.
Well, and there is more purpose. Correct. You are more intentional on your photography that way. I take it, but thank you, but no thank you in my case. But Tim, now I had a question for you because you obviously saw Rishi. Uh, uh,
The video.
the video of him taking the picture, the picture,
The paint.
the paint
Yeah.
off.
So, yeah.
It's which certainly, I mean, he get the camera for free, but you're going to do it yourself on your.
I think so. I think I will. Yep.
Instead of wearing it out with your fingers for
Don't do it in
years.
front of me, Tim. Don't do it in front of me. I'll cry.
Yeah, I won't do it in front of you.
I'm like, no.
Because I guarantee you, Jeff, that these modern paints are not wearing as much or as easy as the paint that they use in the FM and all the cameras. So you want to wear off with your finger, you're going to have to work 100 years on that paint before.
Probably very similar.
Yeah.
The paint on the old cameras.
So I'm sure there will be. Do you think there will be a lot of YouTube videos on how to
ruin your ZF?
Exactly.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah.
How antiquing your CF.
I wonder how many people what percentage of people were cringing when Richie did that to the camera versus applaud. You know, some were applauding and some were going.
but I think it was some other videos that they show that the actual dials are made of bronze, but the plate
brass.
Brass,
I think
not
the
bronze.
plate is too.
That's even more antique bronze, but the top plate is not made of brass.
No, it's not. No, it isn't.
Only, so you don't do it on that one, otherwise you're not going to have matching colors.
Yeah, it'll be different.
We've got we're almost at
none of the brass yet.
We're almost at 2:00. We're going to quit at 2:00, guys. So
yes,
we still got 22 people here, which is more than we normally have at this hour in the morning.
They're just asleep.
Yeah, they all passed out and didn't turn their computers off.
But I tell you one thing, on going back on the things we have, I do like the black rather than the silver top.
Chromy ones.
Even
black ones show anything that's happened to the camera.
Even from the original,
it doesn't.
Even on the original Nikons, I like the black ones.
I do too.
The silver chrome ones can hide a lot of damage without letting you know it.
Very true.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The all black one looked to me when I was a kid more professional.
Well, yeah, that's they charge you more for the all black ones too. You paid a premium for the all black cameras.
Yeah,
they were more expensive.
And that was why, Jeff, since you are in the, you probably researched that. What was the reason that finishing was more expensive?
Well, it was just typically it was the, I think it was more one. I don't think they made as many.
No, they didn't.
They didn't make as many. It's just like if you look at old cameras, if you looked at Roy's favorite rangefinder cameras that Roy loves so much.
The Crow.
If you find a Nikon, say a Nikon SP rangefinder camera, it's worth so much more if it's black than if it's chrome.
Wow,
huge difference in price.
Thousands.
It's just a quantity thing. It's just a collector's point of view. It's more rare, so it costs more. It's worth more. Blah blah blah. But doesn't work any different, but it's worth more money.
The
Okay.
black was considered the professional model.
Oh, okay.
So if you were shooting at night, no one knew you had a camera in your hand because they couldn't see it.
That's a thought.
Right? It was a stealth camera.
The flash tends to give you away, though.
Yeah, if you use the flash, you're screwed. Yeah. Well, everybody in the chat, I want to thank you for coming on tonight and visiting us and allowing us to try to entertain you a little bit. And I will quickly throw up the photo for our
been carried away.
future photo review on October 7th. And if you could capture that Osprey with some gold bond, you may win a prize, man, if you could get that in real life. Now, Tim, I think, spent like 6 months of his life trying to get this image. So we got to give him credit for capturing that.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
At the right time.
Well, let me fib a little and tell him it was 6 months. So get your images in, folks. I got I forgot what I said. I think I got 17 images so far for the photo review, and I want to get that up to 35 or 40.
So you want to hold us in 35 in?
I think we had around 35 the last time, and we had the first show we did, which was the first time Chuck would have seen a photo review. We had, I think, 60-ish or something. That was really, or high 50s. That was a challenge going through all those on that particular night. But 35-ish, 40. That's a good number. I mean,
manageable.
Yeah. So we are going to take off, folks. It's close enough to 2:00. Thanks again for visiting and tolerating us. And we appreciate you guys. And please, if you have not subscribed, consider it and at least give us a thumbs up anyway for our efforts. And I appreciate everyone on the panel that joined the panel tonight. As always, you make my life a lot less stressful than it would be if I was trying to do this, definitely by myself. And you keep me honest, and although you do let me talk too much, so you'll have to work on that and tell me to shut up a little bit more often. But thanks, everybody, and we are going to end the stream, and we will see you next week for episode number. Next week's going to be, I don't know. That's going to be episode number 13. Maybe I won't do 13. I'll just skip to 14.
Doesn't work that way, Jeff. It's still going to be 13.
Yeah, I know. Take care, everybody.